Good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley. On this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week, we've got a lot of great racing action for you here today under sunny skies. Temperatures in the 80s. Main track remains labeled fast here as we go through Indiana Derby week. And the turf course, firm. Turf rail position remains set at 36 feet. We do have the portable rail up, and it is set at 36 feet. We can have you with us here on this racing program today. We've got 11 on tap for all of you, several thoroughbred races, and we'll close with a couple of quarter horse dashes at the tail end of the card. As I mentioned, the weather briefly, but for the official race day forecast on this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week, time here during the A block on the pre-race show to check in with Krista McEnany with our friends, the Weather Authority Fox 59, for a weather check on our racing program here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we say hello here on Wire to Wire to Krista.
Another very warm day out at the track. We'll have high temperatures in the upper 80s this afternoon, turning more humid as we get later into the day. We're looking at a primarily dry day across central Indiana with a mix of sun and clouds. We could see a spotty shower as we get late in the day, but we'll be mainly dry right on through the evening. Enjoy the races.
All right, Krista, we certainly will. Cheers to Fox 59's Krista McEnany for the weather look here on Wire to Wire. As I mentioned, our racing program 11 on tap here on the Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. We've got cards tomorrow at 2:10. Don't forget Friday, a special post time, Indiana Derby Eve, off at noon. Mark that down on your calendar. And Saturday, we kick off at noon for the 13 race betting bonanza. I mentioned calendars. Let's take a look. We're in the midst of Indiana Derby week, but following the big card here on Saturday that starts at noon, we'll have no live racing on the weekend on Sunday. That is scheduled dark day as we take a look here at the racing calendar at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of course, casino open 24/7 and so many simulcast horse players visit the first floor OTB. We've opened up the Railbirds gift shop. That's proved popular here. You can pick up some Indiana Derby merchandise, that cool cap down there. Check out Railbirds. I mentioned no live racing here on Sunday. Also note this coming Monday. That'll be a dark day as well. So no racing here on the calendar on Sunday, July the 12th, nor on the 13th. Then we'll be back on the 14th, 15th, and 16th with the 2:10 opener. A week from this Friday, no live racing here on the 17th. And then on Saturday, 1 week from Indiana Derby Day, that's an old quarter horse card. That'll start off at 10:45 a.m. They're highlighted in the red. That'll be a week from this Saturday. And then we go on the scheduled break here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with no live racing from Sunday the 19th all the way through the 26th. That is a scheduled break for racing here during the course of a 123-day racing season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Also want to note yesterday, leading jockey here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season, Fernando de la Cruz, coming off a riding double. He's 2 wins up on Marcelino Pedroza Jr. as far as the jockeys leaderboard goes here this season. Marcelino is a 3-time champion here in the Hoosier State, and Fernando de la Cruz vying for another riding title. And let's go back to yesterday's racing action. We congratulate Fernando on the riding double. Trainer Randy Klopp also had a couple of wins. He's 1 win in back of Gennaro Garcia, who holds an advantage of 1 win. 27-26 the score there so far as we head toward the summer break here on the big Indiana Derby Day card on Saturday. Again, Gennaro Garcia 27, Randy Klopp after a training double yesterday with 26 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. But it was a Cherie DeVoe Golden Tempo winner this year's Kentucky Derby, and of course taking out the Belmont Stakes under jockey Jose Ortiz. His brother Irad will be here this coming Saturday to ride in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. But going back to yesterday's card, it was a 1-2 finish for Cherie DeVoe. As we take a look back in time to yesterday, son of Constitution, his name was Mount Vernon, as they turned for home under jockey Adam Beschizza. Coming on the outside for Axel Concepcion, it was his mount on yesterday's card. Cromwell was coming with a charge, but Mount Vernon had enough of a buffer zone coming down toward the final half furlong, and Cromwell, good effort. Cromwell just kept on coming and coming with Oubliette back in third under Alex Achar, who was also on the Tuesday score sheet. Mount Vernon holds Cromwell for the maiden win. A lot of connections there that were rooting for Mount Vernon, making his first run since the fairgrounds, and he gets the result for this year's Kentucky Derby. History-making winning trainer Cherie DeVoe. She had the 1-2 here on yesterday's card. We had the jockey agent contest yesterday. Just want to mention congratulations to the winner, Jim McNulty, picking up the $100 top prize this coming Tuesday. That'll be the grand finale of the jockey agent contest top prize for the grand finale of $1,500. We thank all of you horse players that joined us, not only on track, but also those playing online at Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com that took part in the Jockey Agent Contest all season long. Grand finale will be a week from this coming Tuesday. The grand finale of the Jockey Agent Contest, and Jim certainly punching his ticket to that. Grand finale worth $1,500, and that is this coming Tuesday. Speaking of contests, Wednesdays are for all of you winners here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is an on-track contest. Jim was playing on track with us here yesterday. Of course, we get a lot of entries at horseshoeindycontest at gmail.com, but you have to be on track to take part in the Racing Rachel's Warriors contest. Now, unlike the Jockey Agent contest that I mentioned that Jim won $100 yesterday and earned points to the grand finale coming up this coming Tuesday to wrap up the Jockey Agent contest, Racing Rachel's Warriors Wednesdays are for winning all season long as you pick your way to the final here during closing week. November 11th will be the last Wednesday for the Racing Rachel's Warriors contest, always popular with our on-track players throughout the years. And it's free to sign up for Slow Road TB. You'll have a chance to sign up for Racing Rachel's Warriors. Take your crack at picking those winners, and maybe you'll earn your way into the finale here during closing week. That on Wednesday, November 11th, for the final Racing Rachel's Warriors contest of 2026. Speaking of plans, you've got yours, right? I mean, we're Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. Better hurry. Big day here. The betting bonanza, 13 races. It was drawn just the other day. Horseshoe Indianapolis. Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polzin, his assistant Chris Kamak, the entire team there in the racing office on the back of the track, doing the business and getting those entries out ASAP for both the Grade 3 Indiana Derby and the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Join us here. That's this coming Saturday, of course, the big day, July 11th. Special post time. Don't forget, Friday, this week, Friday, noon post time, also on Saturday, off at noon here Eastern. Lots of activities on the big day. Trackside, including a $3,000 mega bet drawing. There'll be a special. I mean, it's a big day. Indiana Derby Day, 13 races, betting bonanza. You got to have a special $2,500 Derby Legends contest, and that we will. It'll be sponsored by our friends with the Indiana HBPA. A $1,000 hat contest. It's a derby. You're going to wear a hat to the races, right? Open to both men and women. So, guys, if you've got your fedora decorated to celebrate Indiana Derby Day, and of course all the ladies wear your finest out here, there'll be a special $1,000 hat contest this coming Saturday. Maybe you want to light one up. We got a cigar rolling station for the first 500 fans that join us here. Of course, the cigar rolling station popular on the big cards we feature here at Horseshoe Indianapolis all season long. No bigger than this coming Saturday. For the kids, bringing the entire family out. Mom wants to wear her finest, put on that Indiana Derby hat, maybe take a chance and enter that special $1,000 hat contest. But you've got your son and daughter. We've got face painting for the kids. You're going to get hungry. We start at noon. The Indiana Derby is not going off until around 7 o'clock. We got the food trucks. Don't worry. They'll be parked right there for you to enjoy. Check out the food trucks that'll be joining us here on Saturday, and also maybe a souvenir of the races. We got Railbird's gift shop open, granted, but there'll be the Rustic Charm jewelry station. My Racehorse booth, by the way. You can check out My Racehorse. They offer micro shares. Maybe you've heard about them. They had a winner at Royal Ascot this year. So maybe you can find yourself buying a micro share. Doesn't take a lot to get involved in the sport of thoroughbred racing, and certainly that's what My Racehorse offers. A couple of seasons ago, Jaime Torres won for D. Wayne Lucas, a My Racehorse horse taking out the Preakness Stakes there. That was celebrated. The coach teaming with Jaime Torres will remember that at Old Hilltop, of course. This year, the Preakness run at Laurel Park, but doesn't take much to get involved, whether it's with My Racehorse, get together with family and friends. You can pick maybe a favorite Indiana bred out at a sale, or in the case of the micro shares with My Racehorse, maybe you'll find yourself a winner at Royal Ascot, like so many investors did this past year at the Royal meeting at Ascot. We also want to remind everybody of the Indiana HBPA doing a lot to sponsor the $2,500 Derby Legends contest. Again, just that reminder, it's this coming Saturday. Don't forget also, there'll be an Indiana Racehorse purchase. More about that from our friends at the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. You want to check out their booth. My Racehorse will be here. I mentioned ownership. Indiana breds. Just the other day, an Indiana bred, Steve Asmussen, Hall of Famer, won the Sanford Stakes. Sonny Yalpon. You want to get an investment, take a look at some of those Indiana breds. The iTobo will be joining us here on Saturday if you want to check out more information from them. Also, Post Time Apparel, they'll be joining us here on the big day, and one of our great sponsors of racing here this season, Midwest Rancher, will also have a booth set up. It'll be the 32nd running of the Indiana Derby, Week 3 Indiana Oaks, Indiana's biggest day of racing. That's coming up this Saturday, July 11th, with over $1 million in purses. Hope you can join us here. Get your reservations in, as the clubhouse just about sold out. Speaking of post Indiana Derby Day, we showed you the calendar. No live racing week this coming Sunday, and then on Monday before our summer hiatus that was planned here during the course of the 123 day race meet. But we've got a special day, talking about celebrating the sophomores, the 3-year-olds, and the 3-year-old fillies in both the Indiana Derby and Indiana Oaks. We want to celebrate the community. Horseshoe Indianapolis, of course, here. The casino's open 24/7, has been a part of the fabric. 32nd Indiana Derby coming up, but talking about being a part of the community. We're going to celebrate it here after we wrap up, as we head to the last week before our summer break, with Shelby County Day. That'll be on Wednesday, July the 15th, so just a week from today. We'll feature an afternoon of honoring several of the local organizations that Horseshoe Indianapolis partners with. We certainly appreciate all of them here in Shelby County. Presentations will be held after each race, along with a live remote from Giant FM, WSVXO Shelbyville. Plus food trucks, face painting, a special $2,500 Shelby County Legends Handicapping Contest. Again, mark that date down on your calendar. That'll be on Wednesday, July 15th. As we head into that stretch of racing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I also mentioned a week from this Saturday an all quarter horse card, and then we'll go on our summer break, as I noted here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Always want to thank our great sponsors. I mentioned Midwest Rancher. They'll have a booth here set up on Saturday's big Indiana Derby Day with over $1 million in purses. We certainly appreciate Woodford Reserve, Murphy Trailer Sales, Bruce and Lori Murphy. Not only prominent owners here in the Hoosier State, but they sponsor the Winner's Circle again this year. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Bruce and Lori, we certainly appreciate all you do for racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. B&H Electric, they're another proud sponsor racing here in the Hoosier State. You can reach out to them on the web at bh-electric.com. They've got locations not only here in Shelbyville, but also in Seymour and in Bloomington. Midwest Rancher, they'll have their booth set up here on Indiana Derby Day. We look forward to talking with them, and they look forward to talking with all of you. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com. You can ring them up at 812-680-4204. They're located at 101 West Laurel Street in Seymour. And we also want to thank one more sponsor. You can check out their dealership. Talking about Russ Hubler Ford in Greensburg. They're on the World Wide Web. Click at russhublerford.com. You can ring them up at 812-651-4615. Social media, of course, you're on X, right? We are too. You can follow me on social at John G. Dooley, talking all things not only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and the fairgrounds. You saw that Cherie DeVoe won to Mount Vernon, set a Constitution at Windstar Farm, that great stallion, first run since the fairgrounds. You can follow me on X, also talking about the World Cup and also history at John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel will be along. She'll be here during the live broadcast. We've got 11 races on tap, so it's a long afternoon. Racing Rachel will chime in during the day. Martha Clausen, she'll be along later on the card, talking about our final 2 quarter horse dashes scheduled as part of an 11 race matinee. And Brian Aragoni, he'll be up next during the B block to cover the 50-cent early pick 5 sequence on today's card, where we are fast and firm. And don't forget that turf rail position remains set at 36 feet. B's on X at Mr. B Analyst. And also track-wise, we've got you covered on socials, on X at HS Indy Racing, also on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. We had Krista McEnany from the Weather Authority, Fox 59, giving us the official race day forecast here for our 11 race program. Again, sunny skies, warm and humid conditions here in the Hoosier State. Main track is fast, and again, the turf course rated firm, turf rail set at 36 feet. We're going to take a quick commercial break here. Keep it right here. We're going to take a commercial break, but first, we'll get to the B block. Brian Aragoni will be here as part of the Wednesday Indiana Derby week edition of Wire to Wire, so B will be coming up. But first, I mentioned this coming Saturday, of course, over $1 million in purses for the big Indiana Derby Day card. We had the post draw here the other day. We certainly appreciate from the Horse Racing Happy Hour. Our good friend Louis Rabeau was here taking a look at the racing office. I talked about the great job that our Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polson, again his assistant Chris Kamak, all the great work that the entire racing office team do. Louis was there talking about Horse Racing Happy Hour and covered the post draw as we take a look at the entries for both the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Louis was there to cover the draw for the Indiana Oaks. Let's check in Happy Hour, Horse Racing Happy Hour. It was Louis Rabeau as we go back to look at the draw for the Indiana Oaks and more about the Indiana Derby. Then back with B.
4, Betty's Pearl, Lynch, Gutierrez. 5, Prom Queen, Cox, Irad, Ortiz. 1, Star Actress, Mott, Alvarado. 2, Nala, Cox, Dela Cruz. 3, Maximum Offer, McPeak, Saez.
Number
6, Mizumi, Baffert, Giroux.
Start with race 11 on Saturday. It is the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, the 32nd running of that race as well. $200,000 event over the mile and a 16th, just like the Derby. And, you know, Josh, this field came up with some real interesting horses. Any indication, Maximum Offer will break here. This is a daughter of Max Field, in case anyone was wondering which Max it was. Maximum Security does stand in the state here. But Maximum Offer is a daughter of Max Field. Pure Prize, how about that? On the dam side, Florent Giroux is going to ride for Kenny McPeak here. Louis Saez is going to ride here. What do we like about her here? I think she's got a real shot.
I do too. And you know what? She looks to me to be the speed in this race. And obviously, once again, we talked about last race, Luis Saez, great out of the gate. I love when there's a Luis Saez horse that's on the front end. So I think he's super interesting, or she's super interesting in this spot.
We go to Betty's Pearl up next. Brian Lynch trains this one. We'll send Mario Gutierrez up to ride. We're seeing Mario's name more and more in the Midwest here, riding a lot in Kentucky and frankly up here at Horseshoe as well. This is a daughter of Monies, and I don't need to sell anybody on that for sure. And she comes out of 5 career starts to this point. She won last out at Churchill. Makes sense to try her here.
Yeah, I think this might be a horse that needs a setup in this race. I think this is a horse that's going to want to be coming from off the pace. And it looks to have done her best running when coming from pretty far back. So might be a little bit tough here with a small field. And I mean, not really much speed set up in here, but you know, it does have some class behind her, obviously running in that Gulfstream Park Oaks. So
on Saturday, Prom Queen, the 5, almost certainly the prohibitive morning line favorite. She is the winner of the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks that you just mentioned. She runs a good 5th in the Kentucky Oaks. After that, they try her in the Acorn. She runs 4th. Chance to get back in the winner's circle here.
I mean, the last 2 races were at a mile and 1/8. Now we're going a mile and 16th. I mean, is that, you know, half a furlong? Is that going to be the difference here? I don't know, but I do think, once again, like we talked about earlier, this isn't the Acorn. This isn't the same field as the Acorn. A lot of class relief here. You know, I think she's going to get a good trip here, and, you know, I think she is the horse to beat.
Jack Daniel starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to the B Block. John G. Dooley, a one-of-a-kind, a one-man show for the A Block. Very impressive because we've got a huge day, a huge week of racing. In fact, racing 7 of 8 days, and we've got big fields. A lot of people that would race 6 days in a row would be looking to card 6 races a day or 7 races a day. Not us. We've got 11 races, followed by 11 yesterday, and I believe there's 12 on Monday as well. The days are really running together. It is Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The one thing that has been consistent, which is a irregularity here at Shelbyville, is nice weather. Knock on wood, I'm sure Eric is just cringing at me talking about consistency with the weather because we seem to be the home of pop-up storms and rain here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but we're on a fast main track, a firm turf course. That rail setting still at 36 feet. We'll let you know when it does move in as we approach some of those very nice stakes races this weekend, but we'll be on the turf in races 4, 6, and 8 today, kicking off the Horseshoe hat trick in race 4 today. If you're looking for those late fire 5s, they begin in race number 5 as well. So awesome day of racing. We've got 9 thoroughbred races, 2 quarter horses to go over on Wednesday, July 8th. Let's take a look at this opener in here. 3-year-old fillies bred in the state of Indiana, all looking for their first career victory. We've got a 3 to 5 shot right now. Nancy C, a horse that I was fairly disappointed with last time out. Ran a huge effort over at Oaklawn Park. Then came to Horseshoe Indianapolis, got back in with state bred competition. I understand they went from maiden claiming to maiden special weight. It's really, in my opinion, a lateral move more than a jump up in class, despite going from maiden claiming to maiden special weight. Open company to state bred competition, lateral in my opinion. I expected this horse to run very well. But that's what you can expect with a 5-year-old only making start number 2 with some long layoff lines. Now, this will be the first time that she does get back to the racetrack without a huge gap between. That could be a good sign. But one race at the maiden special weight level, now a quick drop and a quick return as well, has me very, very cautious. But right now the bettors are piling in to Nancy C, Manny Escobar, Cipriano Contreras. There's many a days that I would not fault you for piling on to that train. That jockey-trainer combination has a ton of success not only here but around the country. They do win at 27% locally, but I am playing against Nancy C. As you know, we don't play 5-year-old maidens. Pernicious probably has the best runs recently. This could be a race. We saw it yesterday. We crowned a 5-year-old maiden, albeit a top pick, but that horse just was much the best on paper. Nancy C, Pernicious, still 5 years old, still looking for their first career victory in here. So I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction. Do I recognize that on the racing form, the 1 and the 2 are live? They are. They certainly are. So if you're one of those players, you're just looking for a little bit of action, you're looking for some entertainment, certainly consider using the 1 and the 2 because they are very likely candidates to beat my top 2 selections in here, but I'm only going to go 2 deep in this spot. Higher Wish, Amir Mendoza, Gennaro Garcia. This horse does need to improve a little bit, but I think this is a hard-trying sort who switched hands, kind of bounced up and down between the maiden special weight, maiden claiming, has speed, therefore a big chance. Also tried 2 turns, cut back, went to the sloppy. Now I do like horses from sloppy to fast main tracks. Also dropping in class from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Gennaro Garcia, Amir Mendoza, hungry for a victory after being disqualified earlier this week. He looks for another victory to get him out of that 5-pound bug. He's racked up plenty of wins here. In fact, 14 on the season. We'll see if that will continue with Higher Wish. Currently 9-2, and then the 7 Stay Misty for me. Tim Eggleston, Fernando de la Cruz, Kathy Jones sending out a couple of her runners today. She's got multiple. This one has tried maiden special weight multiple times, drops from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. The Eggleston barn bound to heat up. They've been very warm, doing very well in quarter horses as well. Not so much in thoroughbreds. That number has gone up. It's at 7%, but I expect it to be about double of that. This horse exits a race in which they got shuffled, really didn't have much of a chance in somewhat of a claustrophobic spot, and they lost to a first-time starter for Bob Dobbs, who could be a good one. I do like the spacing for Stay Misty for me. 5 and 7 with the admission that we might crown for the second day in a row a 5-year-old who exits the maiden ranks. Always cheering for him, just never betting him. That's really how it goes in the Aragoni household. 6 furlongs is going to be the distance for race 2 on a fast main track. We'll crown another maiden in here. 7 furlongs, or seven of them are going to go to the gate. We've got a couple of first-time starters. They're drawn down to the inside. I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to single Ed Moger and Summer Pauly with Steve Moger's Sinatra. 0 for 7, hasn't even hit the board, but today things are all going to change. So horse has been facing significantly tougher competition at the likes of Churchill. In fact, has even tried that taxing 7 furlong distance, always shown good speed. Doesn't usually have the strongest finish, but is in for a fight. This is a horse who has dueled throughout a couple of furlongs, not one of those just runoffs where when they stop, they stop. Usually just kind of gets wore down and then doesn't finish up all that strongly. I think with the class relief alone today and going 6 furlongs, looks to be lone speed on paper. I think should just be faster than some of the others in here. I do recognize that Sorbetto and Senior Valentine also have speed, but they haven't faced the foes that Sinatra have. So hopefully we'll be singing sweet music, some Italian tunes in the winner's circle in race 2 as the single of the day. Now, fairness in wagering, I'm a big fan of playing 2 tickets. I did have another single. I'll talk about that in race number 4, but let's move along to race 3, another dirt event, 5.5 furlongs, scratch the 1 and the 5. Unfortunately, Mr. Chaos and Molly's Town are out. Those are 2 horses that I was looking forward to playing against. I do think they were beatable. Mr. Chaos was a little bit higher on the morning line versus Molly's Town, who just ran maybe the best race in the last couple of years at 3-1. Both were scheduled to be back on quick rest. There's quite a few in here that are coming back fairly quickly in here. Many of them just ran in the final week of June, 5.5 furlongs, so that makes it challenging to really know who's going to be feeling their best. Leo Springs Leo Springs is kind of a unique horse. Has 6 wins from 20 starts. I feel like I've needed this horse multiple times, and I've probably missed this horse on all 6 victories, but isn't defeated that much. Just came back off of a very impressive win last time out. Has been in good form this season. We'll use that one. Cupid's Runaway is a win machine. What a cool story this 6-year-old chestnut is. Randy Klopp found himself a very good one with Cupid's Runaway. He's created somewhat of a monster who's just gone to the racetrack, put this horse in excellent spots. 15 wins from 20 starts, has rarely, if ever, been available for a tag, and just kind of a personal ATM. They won again here on June 17th, and now looks for 16 for 21. Pretty incredible, the resume that Cupid's Runaway has put together. Very impressive. And then you've got some horses that might upset the apple cart. I do think they're going to overbet Cupid's Runaway in here. Bourbon Curiosity has been in good form for Miguel Angel Silva, Joseph Bulmer, and Hidden Creek Farms. Teams up together, and then Scotty's on edge. Turf to dirt in play. Gennaro Garcia, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., horse who faced Open Company last time out, now gets back in with state-bred competition, is eligible for a tag of $25,000. That's somewhat unique because they just claimed this horse for $25,000 in February. They haven't likely gotten their return on their investment yet. That lone win this season did come at Turfway under the prior connections. Since the claim, 3 fourth-place finishes in a row and an 8th-place finish in an overnight stakes race as well. So it looks like they're dangling Scotty's on edge back at 7 years old in post position number 7. 2, 4, 6, and 7 in race 3. Now, if you don't really like singling maiden claiming, I don't blame you for a horse who's never hit the board. Now we're going to single and say this horse is not only going to hit the board today, but going to win. The other horse I considered singling, I'm never right with these guesses. Tarche. This horse number 3, Brad Cox, Fernando de la Cruz, a 4-year-old filly, lightly raced, won for maiden 32,000, so was in for a tag, which I don't necessarily mind the horse being in for a tag. Ran a huge number, ran very good, but now you've got the year-long layoff. In fact, it's a year to the day. 365 days ago, this horse got the maiden breaking score with Fernando de la Cruz, has been bet down to favoritism in both starts. I think we'll go off favorite again today. I just don't like layoff, and now in for even less of an amount. Now, is there a huge difference between 32,000 and 25,000? Absolutely not. I just never like when a horse wins for X amount and returns to the next level for a lower amount. That is always a concern, and then you couple it with this horse is likely going to go off favored, and I've just got question marks. A year-long layoff after getting your maiden breaking score is never ideal. That's not how ownership really draws things up. They get the money and then they lay off for a year. That's usually not what you want to do, pay those bills all year long and then come back in for a tag. There's some others to take a look at in here. I think it's a wide open betting race. Tarche could run them off their feet. This would be my other single if I wasn't going to play 2 tickets or whatnot, but I did select the 3 to single in race number 2. This race on the turf, we've seen chaos on our turf course all season long. We've continued to see big prices, big upsetters. Oak Alley is a horse who goes out for the ice-cold Ray Paquette. Got a dreamy trip until they were completely sawed off. It was like one of those picture-perfect trips for Luis Contreras. And then at the 8th pole, when you thought it was just going to get good and the lane was going to open up, they got completely sawed off. Just ended the run, ended the race. If you needed this horse at 6-5, my apologies, and a sincerity card is in the mail for you, because I think Oak Alley was going to win last time out. They were 6-5 last time in a similar spot. Now they're going to be 8-1. I'm not sure about that, but it's certainly a race that could provide some chaos. We'll see how they bet Tarche off of the lengthy layoff for connections that know how to win races and are keying up for a very big weekend here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Not only the Indiana Derby, but also the Indiana Oaks for Brad Cox and his team. Always wishing them the best of luck. We move back out to the main track, scratch numbers 3 and 8 out of the 5th race. I'm going to use 6 and 9. Relentless Chick, 6-1. Amir Mendoza, Gennaro Garcia exits some very quick races, not only at the allowance rank where they won first start of the year in 2026, but also ran admirably in a $100,000 Swifty sired handicap as well. This 3-0 filly by Shagaf, she's awfully quick, and she's going to take some catching on the front end. Michelin could not have looked any better last time out. Now, the field wasn't that strong. Does go up in class significantly today, but Micah Meeks and Miguel Angel Silva have themselves a good thing going with Michelin. This is a horse who had a big effort, looked good. They tracked for the first time. Usually it's a horse who's kind of run off on the front end. Tracked, sat nicely. They were drawn to the outside last time. I think they're going to be able to get this horse to relax again today, and they won well. Can they do it again? Can they sit just off the flank of the 6? Eyeshadow is going to be very quick, going to provide some pace pressure to Relentless Chick. I think Michelin could ultimately get a garden spot in here behind the dueling 6 and 7. Eyeshadow could jump up and run a big race, just has not really been finishing the races in a manner that you'd like to see. I recognize that they are 5 for 27 as well, but there's some other speed in here. You can easily go a little bit deeper than I did. I just ultimately chose to go 6 and 9 in here. It's an intriguing horizontal play today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 11.99% takeout each and every day. We've got some big fields around the turf courses in races 4, 6, and 8. On a firm turf course at Horseshoe Hattrick, starts off in race 4. If you're looking for the late fire 5, that will begin today in race 5 in the Itoba Pick 4. Stick around because it doesn't start until 4:45 Eastern Standard Time on the turf. Big fields means potentially big payouts, one of the lowest takeouts in the entire country. In those horizontal plays, you'd be remiss not to play in those horizontal tickets. But if you're a vertical player, sit back, relax, and enjoy, because we've got plenty of racing action, and we've got the wordsmith, the master of his craft, John G. Dooley. He is fully prepared for day 3 of 6 and 7 of 8 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a beautiful sunny day in Shelbyville, Indiana. Relax and enjoy. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 11 races carded. Sunny skies, temperatures in the 80s, warm and humid day. Main track fast, turf course firm, and the turf rail remains set during this Indiana Derby week at 36 feet. Fast and firm, portable rail 36 feet today. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening Maiden Fillies Mare Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5, just covered by Brian Aragoni. And in the 210 opener, all 8 run, no changes to start the 50-cent early pick 5 off. Second race, another maiden sprint on the day. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4, all 7 run, no changes in race 2. On to the third we go. Here's scratch 1, Mr. Chaos, and the 5, Mollystown. Scratch 1, Mr. Chaos, and take out the 5, Mollystown. The fourth race is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3, covering races 4, 6, and 8. All Turf Pick 3 featured on the day. In the Turf Mile, no scratches, no rider changes. A Dreaming Collect. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Makes it there now 112 corrected. Race 5 starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Scratch 3, theoretically, and the 8, Color Me Fast. Scratch 3, theoretically, and take out number 8, Color Me Fast. Both scratched from the sprint. No rider changes. 2, Spirited Ann. Totes 1 pound over in the 5th race. Race 6 due at 4:45. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Dash. Scratch the 11. Moonshining Mama was entered as a main track only. Course firm, rail of 36 feet. Scratch the number 11. And the 7th of 11. Scratch the 1, Shake 'em Up. 9, Officer Gamble. And scratch number 15, Mountain Mike. 13, Keep the 2s, draws in, and the jockey will be Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada on a first-time starter. 13, Keep the 2s. Also note 14, Little Chance, draws in. Scratch the 1, 9, and the number 15. Race 8 is a turf mile. This is the final leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Scratch 1, Best Known Secret. Take out the number 7, Surfing Them. 10, Just Like Max, has been scratched. Scratch 11, Gary Owen, in the 12, Long Strider. Scratch the 1, 7, 10, 11, and the number 12. This starts the $5 last call, thoroughbred double. There are no rider changes. A couple of overweights, 5 underappreciated, 1 pound over. The 8 Aguila Negra plus a pound. In the 9th, scratch number 7, 1945. No victory today for 1945. Scratch the orange 7. Couple of quarter horse dashes. 10th race at 6:46. Number 2, Last Famous Eagle. Flipping halter here when racing at the end of the May. No flipping halter. Last time out, again when that was back in May, there was no flipping halter, nor no flipping halter today for the 2, Last Famous Eagle. Note that program correction. And these overweights, 5 Undeniable plus 4, 8 Shining Path is 5 over, and number 9 Wagon Paint, 4 pounds over at this hour. No scratches from race 10. And race 11, it's a 7:14 finale. Maiden quarter horse dash over the 3:30. No wind to speak of, fast track. These overweights, 2 Rhino 6 plus 2 pounds, 4 Madame Mim, 2 over, makes it 128. Number 6, SC Sotel, plus 3 pounds. And number 7, Want a Sweet Treat, 2 pounds over in race 11 at 7:14. Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. Sunny, 80s, humid. Main track fast, turf course, firm. And on this Wednesday at Caesars Week, the turf rail remains set at 36 feet. We'll have the Maiden Fillies Mares Sprint Opener. All-day run due off in just 10 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Top of the 11 race card with a maiden fillies mare sprint over the 6 furlong, safe field of 8. No changes here in the first of the day. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track fast, turf course firm. Turf rail on this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week set at 36 feet. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Manny Esquivel with Nancy C. First to take her position in the starting gate. Armia Mendoza with Higher Wish has joined Nancy C. Joseph Bimmer with Pernicious. Jose Gutierrez with Never Ever. Now Alex Ajar with Shirley and Angel. She drew post 3. All 8 run. Now Stay Misty for me. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 32 wins here this season. 2 back. Joseph Romero, Lavish Justice coming up. Lavish Justice went in well in 6 furlongs. 1 more. Henley he with Best Hat. Fast and firm for today's 11 race card. They're in the gate. Nancy C getting a bit fidgety, has settled. Ready. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A fast start for Stay Misty for me, who's trying to cross over in front of rivals and is joined toward the inside by Nancy C, who's coming for an early push for Manny Esquivel. Nancy C just leads. Stay Misty for me. They're matching strides with Best Hat just off the battle, running in third. Toward the inside is Shirley and Angel going past the half-mile pole, and Pernicious right there. They're well grouped as they enter the far turn. Lavish Justice is next as they round the far turn. The opening quarter was 22.81 seconds. 3 furlongs to go, and the battle still ensues. Stay Misty for me, taking it right to Nancy C. Best Hat is a close third with Pernicious running in 4th. Lavish Justice in 5th, followed on the outside by Higher Wish in 6th. Then Shirley and Angel and Never Ever trails here in the Wednesday opener. They straighten for home. Maiden Fillies mares into the stretch. Half mile, 46.55. Stay Misty for me. And on the outside, Best Stat and Pernicious coming with a rally up the rail for Joseph Bimmer. As they come down toward the final half furlong, it's Pernicious who strikes the top and is pulling clear with each and every stride from Stay Misty for me. Best Stat back in third. Pernicious wins. Stay Misty for me was the runner-up. Best Stat third and Lavish Justice finished 4th. Won 12.94 after the Maiden Fillies and Mares sprint opener. Fast track 112.94, 278 the unofficial. First number 2 Pernicious at 5-1. Number 7 Stay Misty for me, 7-2 on the runner-up. 8 Best Hat, 48-1 third, and 4 Lavish Justice at 15-1 gets into the frame. Joseph Bimmer for Jose Casares, daughter of Birdsong. Pernicious wins well. Stay Misty for me, Best Hat. Lavish Justice. Joseph Romero claims the 5 pounds. Higher Wish. Nancy C. vied but dropped right away. We trail back to Shirley and Angel. It's a 5-1 winner. Pernicious starts the early pick 5 on Wednesday of Indiana Derby Week. Race 1 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 2, Pernicious, with Joseph Bimmer. Pernicious is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Birdsong, out of Smarty Bird by Smart Strike. For Jose Casares' JCC Racing LLC, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Pernicious. Gets off the mark in her 13th career run. First results in. 2-7 exacta paid $72.80. 50-cent trifecta, 278, $304.90. Lavish Justice was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 2784, paid $227.64. All 8 ran. Fast track 112.94. 21 minutes away from race 2. Made in sprint, all 7 run. No changes in the next. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Daily, our seconds of the day, starts off the $1 early pick 4, Fast and Firm. Turf rail again on that Caesars course at 36 feet. Post time 2:42 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today and throughout Indiana Derby week early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Fillies Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Pernicious. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A fast start for Stay Misty for me, who's trying to cross over in front of rivals and is joined toward the inside by Nancy C., who's coming for an early push for Manny Esquivel. Nancy C. just leads. Stay Misty for me. They're matching strides with Best Hat just off the battle running in third. Toward the inside is Shirley and Angel going past the half-mile pole, and Pernicious right there. They're well grouped as they enter the far turn. Lavish Justice is next as they round the far turn. The opening quarter was 22.81 seconds. 3 furlongs to go, and the battle still ensues. Stay Misty for me, taking it right to Nancy C. Best Hat is a close third, with Pernicious running in fourth. Lavish Justice in fifth, followed on the outside by Higher Wish in sixth. Then Shirley and Angel and Never Ever trails here in the Wednesday opener. They straighten for home. Maiden Fillies mares into the stretch. Half mile 46.55. Stay Misty for me. And on the outside, Best Hat and Pernicious coming with a rally up the rail for Joseph Bimmer as they come down toward the final half furlong. It's Pernicious who strikes the top and is pulling clear with each and every stride from Stay Misty for me. Best Hat back in third. Pernicious wins. Stay Misty for me was the runner-up. Best Hat third, and Lavish Justice finished fourth. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We are underway here at Horseshoe. Upcoming second race back on the main track. Now just a couple of minutes away. Let's take a look at this field. No scratches or changes. 7 of them set to go to the gate. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. I've got your current favorite on top, Sinatra at Moger. For Steve Moger, down in the Moger Silks, will be Summer Pauly. She's having herself a very nice meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at darn near 30%. Now, there is limited sample size, but it's not tiny by any means. In fact, this will be about start number 25 for Summer this summer. Sinatra is 0 for 7, yet to hit the board, but has faced significantly tougher competition than they will see today. Actually debuted at 2 years old in a maiden special weight event over at Churchill for Steve Asserson, then tried the turf down at the fairgrounds. They've even tried the taxing distance of 7.5 furlongs and 6.5 furlongs over at Ellis Park, kind of a one-turn little endurance test at both of those tracks, with 6.5 furlongs being incredibly challenging over at the P Patch August 1st of last season. They've always shown speed, haven't necessarily shown much finish. One thing they tried last time out, whether it was how they broke or whether it was by design, they did try and pass runners late. Now, he certainly didn't make up much ground on the winner. He was always about 9 to 10 lengths behind, but he did show an ability to pass runners if needed. In fact, he was 8th early on in that race and finished 5th. So he did show an ability to pass horses. Maybe he will be able to relax. But in this race, with him facing tougher competition elsewhere and likely the easiest field he has seen in his career, I would not be surprised if they just break sharply and see how far they can go. Sinatra, in my opinion, the horse to catch to cash. If they do try and take off the speed in here, I would be surprised, but would not blink if that were the case, seeing as they did so last time out. And we're willing to do so. We'll see if Sinatra on the class relief alone gets the job done in here. Today should be the day. Even money, though, a little bit tough to stomach. The 5 is much better value. A huge overlay price in here for Senor Valentine. Jose Casares looking for a training double. He got home a 5-year-old maiden in Pernicious. Very nice winner in there, and an easy winner at that. Getting the maiden breaking score in the opener. He looks to break another maiden in here with Senor Valentine, who's cutting back in distance, going turf to dirt. And second time out at this maiden claiming rank. So a horse who had been at the maiden special weight level for many months, both at Kentucky Downs and here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Dropped last time out in the turf debut this season, and showed speed, didn't show much finish. Now they're going to go turf to dirt. They cut back. I like all those angles. Should be endurance tested. However, has really only shown the ability or interest in running on the lead. And route speed, going 23-2, isn't the kind of speed that they're going to face today. So that's the question mark. Can Senor Valentine handle being off the pace? If the race does fall apart, should be the one who continues and sustains their bid. But route speed, definitely not sprint speed, and we'll see how they handle it today. Usually breaks sharp, but not always the quickest away. The one time they did try sprinting this season, they were kind of ran off their feet early in a race that went sub 22 and sub 45 and never got into it. That's likely why we're getting an overlay price of 7-1 off a 7-2 line, but DRF projections as low as 5-1 on Senor Valentine. There's plenty of upside with Sorbetto. Not only are Brian Waltz incredibly hot, winning at 42%, but as is his rider. Rodney Prescott now winning at 20%. This jockey-trainer combination teamed up for a very nice win yesterday with a horse who has now won 3 in a row on both surfaces, the dirt as well as the turf. Sorbetto, owned and trained by Brian Waltz, a 4-year-old who's lightly raced against many of the others in here and ran too good to lose on June 18th. Just got nailed by Arkansas Dave. Didn't get the correct bob when it was all said and done. Showed good speed, opened up, looked completely gone at 5-2, and just it was a disaster if you had this horse on top or needed this one to cash a ticket. Had a good debut as well. Made a good run at the winner midway through the turn. Couldn't sustain that bid, but came back stronger second time out. I think there's plenty of upside in here with Sorbetto, especially at 9-2. If bettors are going to continue to pile into the Sinatra bandwagon, Sorbetto could be looking awfully enticing anywhere near 5-1. A field of 7 will go to the gate. 1 will return a maiden no more. We'll find out who it is just a few minutes from now on a beautiful Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are fast and firm, offering exactas, trifectas, superfectas, rolling daily doubles and pick threes, whatever fits your fancy, as we crown another maiden in race 2 with the shoe.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. Maiden sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 7. No program changes, all 7 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 early pick 4 on the card. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Survivor Lore. Joseph Bimmer riding for the opening double. Rodney Prescott, Sorbetto for Brian Waltz. Sorbetto has joined Survivor Lore. Danny Sheehy partners this first-time starter, Torondo. Torondo went in okay. Fernando de la Cruz with Senor Valentine. Summer Pauly, Sinatra. Even money on Sinatra. Mir Mendoza start out. One more, three-time starter than Kentucky. Prince JJ. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. with 30 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. Survivor Lore was slow to go. Start out. Fast away for Amir Mendoza. Start out straight to the front from Prince JJ, who leads the chasers. And here comes the newcomer, Torondo, in the dark green jacket for Danny Sheehy, with an early bid to engage start out in the red cap. Prince JJ tracking them from third nicely as they dash past the half-mile pole. And then comes Sorbetto running in fourth, Senior Valentine in fifth. Summer Pauly and Sinatra running second to last and beaten for pace after breaking slow. Survivor Lore trails the maiden sprint. The quarter 22.81 seconds. They round the far turn. Start out. Start out leads Prince JJ, who's trying to narrow the margin for Marcelino Pethosa Jr. and Senior Valentine. Coming with a three-wide push now for Fernando de la Cruz. Making their way past the quarter pole, Sorbetto in fourth. After showing speed, Torondo is dropped back with on the far outside as they straighten away Sinatra and finally Survivor Lore. Half 46.50, a furlong away. Prince JJ just leads. Sorbetto up the rail. Start out capitulates. Senior Valentine needs to lift late. And then Sinatra. They're close to home with Marcelino Pethosa Jr. Prince JJ. 1-2. Senior Valentine was second and third's close photo as Sinatra joins start out at the finish. $111.97 after the maiden sprint. $111.97, 7.5, and then a show photo 7. Prince JJ 7-1 first over 5. Senior Valentine at those same off odds, the runner-up. Third's close. Third's up to the judges. Sorbetto will be back in fifth. Stand by for the third and fourth. 111.97. Prince JJ. Couple of starts at Churchill. One at Keeneland Spring. Off the mark here, Marcelino Pethosa Jr. with his 31st win of the meet. Here for Grant Foster, the CJ Thoroughbreds. Homebred, 7-1 on Prince JJ. Takes the maiden sprint. Sixth start out was third. A nose over 3, Sinatra at 3-5. Gets into the frame for fourth. 7.5, 6.3. The result of the second race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle number 7, Prince JJ. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with his 31st win of the meet here on Wednesday of Indiana Derby Week. Prince JJ, 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown gelding by Cairo Prince out of Cats J&J by Mineshaft. Racing for CJ Thoroughbreds and Robert Stokes RPS Thoroughbreds. And there's the General, Grant Forster. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Prince JJ. Prince JJ, 7-1 maiden win. Results after race 2. 7-5 exacta paid $122 even. Start out, held third in a photo and nose over Sinatra, the blue 3. 50-cent trifecta, 157.40. 2-7 double, 179.40. 10-cent superfecta, 7.563 netted $88.31. And the maiden sprint favorite, 4th. All 7 ran, 111.97. Race 3 of 11, 23 minutes away. Starter sprint, take out 1, Mr. Chaos. And 5, Mollystown. Scratch the 1 and the number 5. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will now be at 3:14. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. Survivor Lore was slow to go. Start out. Fast away for Amir Mendoza. Start out straight to the front from Prince JJ, who leads the chasers. And here comes the newcomer, Torondo, in the dark green jacket for Daniel Sheehy, with an early bid to engage Start Out in the red cap. Prince JJ tracking them from third nicely as they dash past the half-mile pole. And then comes Sorbetto running in fourth, Senior Valentine in fifth. Summer Poli and Sinatra running second to last and beaten for pace after breaking slow. Survivor Lord trails the maiden sprint. The quarter 22.81 seconds. They round the far turn. Start Out. Start Out leads Prince JJ, who's trying to narrow the margin for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Senior Valentine. Coming with a 3-wide push now for Fernando de la Cruz. Making their way past the quarter pole. Sorbetto in fourth after showing speed. Torondo is dropped back with on the 4 outside as they straighten away Sinatra and finally Survivor Lore. Half 46.50, a furlong away. Prince JJ just leads. Sorbetto up the rail. Start Out capitulates. Senior Valentine needs to lift late. And then Sinatra. They're close to home with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Prince JJ. 1 by 2. Senior Valentine was second and third's close photo as Sinatra joined.
4. 4, Betty's Pearl, Lynch, Gutierrez.
5.
5, Prom Queen, Cox, Irad, Ortiz.
1.
1, Star Actress, Mott, Alvarado.
2.
2, Nala, Cox, Dela Cruz.
3.
3, Maximum Offer, McPeak, Saez.
Number 6.
6, Mizumi, Baffert, Giroux.
Start with race 11 on Saturday. It is the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, the 32nd running of that race as well. $200,000 event over the mile and a 16th, just like the Derby. And, you know, Josh, this field came up with some real interesting horses. Any indication, Maximum Offer will break here. This is a daughter of Max Field, in case anyone was wondering which Max it was. Maximum Security does stand in the state here. But Maximum Offer is a daughter of Max Field. Pure Prize, how about that? On the dam side, Florent Giroux is going to ride for Kenny McPeak here. Louis Saez is going to ride here. What do we like about her here? I think she's got a real shot.
I do too. And you know what? She looks to me to be the speed in this race. And obviously, once again, we talked about last race, Louis Saez, great out of the gate. I love when there's a Louis Saez horse that's on the front end. So I think he's super interesting, or she's super interesting in this spot.
We go to Betty's Pearl up next. Brian Lynch trains this one. We'll send Mario Gutierrez up to ride. We're seeing Mario's name more and more in the Midwest here, riding a lot in Kentucky and frankly up here at Horseshoe as well. This is a daughter of Money's, and I don't need to sell anybody on that for sure. And she comes out of 5 career starts to this point. She won last out at Churchill. Makes sense to try her here.
Yeah, I think this might be a horse that needs a setup in this race. I think this is a horse that's going to want to be coming from off the pace. And it looks to have done her best running when coming from pretty far back. So might be a little bit tough here with a small field. And I mean, not really much speed set up in here, but you know, it does have some class behind her. Obviously running in that Gulfstream Park Oaks. So
On Saturday, Prom Queen, the 5, almost certainly the prohibitive morning line favorite. She is the winner of the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks that you just mentioned. She runs a good 5th in the Kentucky Oaks. After that, they try her in the Acorn. She runs 4th. Chance to get back in the winner's circle here.
I mean, the last 2 races were at a mile and 1/8. Now we're going to mile and 16th. I mean, is that, you know, half a furlong? Is that going to be the difference here? I don't know, but I do think, once again, like we talked about earlier, this isn't the Acorn. This isn't the same field as the Acorn. A lot of class relief here. You know, I think she's going to get a good trip here, and you know, I think she is the horse to beat.
class in maiden races can be a funny thing. It's not talked about very often. When you think of class, you think of stakes and allowance competition. Not very often do you talk about class in maiden races, but this is exactly what your winner of race 2 had, Prince JJ, who had only defeated 5 horses in 3 starts, gets a ton of class relief previously over at Keeneland and Churchill Downs, goes turf to dirt, gets in with his friends today, and is a winner at 7-1. The first time that horse had gone off below 10-1 in the career. Congratulations to the connections. Always happy to see CJ Thoroughbreds in the winner's circle, whether it's here or around the country. Let's move along to an optional claiming event, 5.5 furlongs, scratch the 1 and 5. These are some stakes quality Indiana breds in here facing off, and they routinely exchange who wins, who gets their next photo. They go back and forth. It's kind of hard to pinpoint who's feeling good, who's not, because these are no stranger to one another when they go in the starting gate for these Indiana breds. May not be a stakes race, but certainly stakes quality in here. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. Scratch the 1 and the 5. I'm going to lean into somewhat of an outsider in here. I think Scotty's on Edge has deserves a long look. This is a horse who's won once on the synthetic at Turfway this winter. It's been some time since this horse has visited the Horseshoe Indianapolis winner's circle. A 7-time winner from 30 starts. 5 of the 7 victories came here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So why do you like this horse? He hasn't won in a while. He didn't even hit the board in 2025. He's going turf to dirt. He's run some very good races. He ran against open competition last time out. A 4th-place finish in a 7-horse field against some good foes, including Can't Deny It and Linzer, who shows up and runs his race each and every time. You've got Gennaro Garcia, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., jockey-trainer combination. Wins at 20%. Gennaro's been hot. He's right at 20%. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. just won our last race from post position 7. He looks to do so again in here with Scotty's on Edge. And while he hasn't won or he hasn't hit the board, he hasn't been running poorly by any means. He's not significantly off form. He has run into some very good foes. In fact, he's probably happy to get away from a couple of Klopp trainees named Sleepy and Goldwyn, as they're in very good form. And then he ran into the classy Zolo, who channeled his younger years and kind of ran away and hid in the one smooth operator handicap. So Scotty's on Edge. His form has certainly been muddied up since that claim. He did win well on the synthetic at Turfway, which showcased to me that he's still going strong, even though he's 7 years old. His numbers aren't what they always were. He runs his race each and every time. He's drawn to the outside in here, and today could be his day, because this group does exchange beating one another quite often. But moving along, the Bourbon Curiosity and the Thumbs Up Gang from Miguel Angel Silva. This 4-year-old has 4 wins from 14 starts, just pushed the career earnings over $100,000 with a 3rd-place finish on May 1st. Last time out, going 1 mile, he just never really got into the race. He was kind of fractious at the gate. He ran his race during the warm-up. I'm willing to draw a line completely through that race. And if you do just that, all of a sudden you're looking at a horse who's won 2 out of his last 3, one of them at Horseshoe Indianapolis, one of them down at Houston. He does travel well. He's won both in Houston and Horseshoe Indy, but he's 3 for 11 here. Bielmer's been heating up here as of late, nearly upwards of 12% now. A horse who doesn't need to go to the lead, but can be prominent up front. In the past, when he got his maiden special weight score, he went right to the lead, and when he was asked, he just continued to dig down deep and find more. Another horse who I thought in this group is just intriguing based on value. That's what I was looking for. Ultimately, 9-2 on the board for Hidden Creek Farms' 3rd start of the cycle. Could be his best one as well, and he's also on a cutback from 1 mile down in here to 5.5 furlongs. But after that, let's take a look at Leo Springs. We're playing against Cupid's Runaway in this spot. Leo Springs for John Heron, Sammy Bermudez, going to be calling the shots off of a very nice win last time out. He did get a good setup. They went fairly quick up front, but he kind of ran away and hid. And now, even though he hasn't been facing the toughest foes at the 12,500 ranks and the 20,000 ranks, he's been running very good races. He ran 2nd behind Crosstown Shootout, who shipped in and got the job done, was bet down to even money on that class relief. Then he was overlooked. He went off at 5-1, and he kind of ran away and hid from what was a good group. He was one of the only ones detached early, did get a good setup, but he came home nicely. John Heron kind of cyclical in his training. When he's hot, he's hot. When he's not, he's not. And I think this one's going in the right direction for Leo Springs. Ultimately, Cupid's Runaway is the horse to beat. I agree with the betting public. 6-5 on the board. You've got a horse who's got Zenyatta-like numbers, despite being a 6-year-old chestnut by Cupid, and quite the opposite of Zenyatta. 15 wins from 20 starts. Randy Klopp's done an awesome job with Cupid's Runaway and Reese Ranch. There's only admiration for Cupid's Runaway, just not worth a wager at 6-5 against a very salty group in here. We'll see if Cupid's Runaway can do it again, looking for 2 in a row. After winning 6 races from 8 starts last season and $100,000 in the bank, Cupid's Runaway has picked up right where he left off, 1 for 2 this season. We'll see if he can be even better at 16 for 21. We're about to find out 4 minutes away from race 3.
The horses call postward now for the third race. Starter sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch number 1, Mr. Chaos, and number 5, Mollystown. Scratch the 1 and the number 5. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Simmer Bermudez with Leo Springs. Now Bourbon Curiosity. Joseph Bimmer won the opener. Fernando de la Cruz with Is My Business. Scott is on edge would be a double for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Pernicious and Prince JJ, our first two sprint winners. Alberto Burgos, 15-time winner. Cupid's Runaway for Randy Klopp. Cupid's Runaway went in well and one more. Amir Mendoza with Healing Waters. At 5.5 furlongs, all in line. And they're off. Off to an even start. And Bourbon Curiosity, sharp away. Challenged by Cupid's Runaway in between horses. And toward the inside Is My Business, who just leads the dash for Fernando de la Cruz past the half-mile pole. Cupid's Runaway kept close to the leader there by Alberto Burgos as they enter the far turn. Bourbon Curiosity is running in third. And then toward the inside is Scotty's on edge, looking to gain from fourth. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. Then the John Harron 2, Leo Springs and Healing Waters trails the sextet with 41 wins between them and just inside 3 furlongs to go. 22.18 for the lead part on the edge of the quarter pole. Cupid's Runaway launching a bid. Nearest the inside Is My Business in a green cap. They're joined on the front side by Bourbon Curiosity, who's trying to sweep past them. Scott Eyes on edge looking for a gap. Scott Eyes on edge trying to thread the needle in the final furlong. And Scott Eyes on edge comes through. Cupid's Runaway's in a battle, a heated test. Bourbon Curiosity on the outside. Dropping back Is My Business. Bourbon Curiosity for Joseph Bilmer. Bourbon Curiosity has won it by 3/4 length to Cupid's Runaway. Scotty's on edge third, and Leo Springs finished fourth. $103.62. 6. Bourbon Curiosity. 2-1 first. The judges will examine a photo before posting the remaining order finish after the starter sprint. Tom's d'Etat. 4-year-old here, Bourbon Curiosity for Miguel Silva. Joseph Bimmer won the first of the day with Pernicious. Bourbon Curiosity, Cupid's Runaway, Scotty's on edge. Leo Springs back in fourth. Is My Business, 103.62. A couple of wins on the card. Wednesday of Indiana Derby week for Joseph Bimmer. The judges have posted number 4, Cupid's Runaway. 9-5 favorite, ran second in the starter sprint. 7, Scotty's on Edge. 7-2 third. And at 5-1 the 2, Leo Springs getting into the frame. 6, 4, 7, 2. Race 3 official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 6, Bourbon Curiosity. Riding double for Joseph Bilmer. Bourbon Curiosity is a 4-year-old. Dark Bear Brown gelding by Tom's D'Etat. And the exchange rate mare, Tashiara. The now 5-time winner is trained by Miguel Silva for Scott K. Pierce's Hidden Creek Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Bourbon Curiosity. 2-1 winner. Results and prices after the starter sprint. Race 3 official. 6-4 exacta paid $14.20. 50-cent trifecta 6-4-7 $25.55. 7-6 double $173.20. The 10-cent superfecta returned $12.77. Leo Springs ran fourth of the 6. 50-cent pick 3 paid $264.40. Pick 3, 2 with the 7 with the 6. $264.40. In the starter sprint, the 1 and 5 were the non-runners. Favorite second. 6 face starter Oscar Quiros, 103.62. First of those on the turf course, 22 minutes away in the turf mile. There are no scratches and no rider changes. 8 Dreaming Collect, add 1 pound to the program weight. Course firm, turf rail at 36 feet on this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. Just as a reminder, Thursday, post time, will be at 2:10 on the eve of the Indiana Derby. Friday racing from noon, and Saturday's big card of the meet. 13 races, $1 million in purses. Hope you can join us here for Saturday's betting bonanza, the 2026 Indiana Oaks and Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Special post time on Saturday at noon Eastern. Race 4, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, it starts the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Races 4, 6, and 8. All turf pick 3. Post time will be at 3:45. In line. And they're off. Off to an even start. And Bourbon Curiosity, sharp away. Challenged by Cupid's Runaway in between horses. And toward the inside is My Business, who just leads the dash for Fernando de la Cruz past the half-mile pole. Cupid's Runaway kept close to the leader there by Alberto Burgos as they enter the far turn. Bourbon Curiosity is running in third. And then toward the inside is Scotty's on Edge, looking to gain from fourth. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. Then the John Herron 2, Leo Springs and Healing Waters trails the sextet with 41 wins between them and just inside 3 furlongs to go. 22.18 for the lead part on the edge of the quarter pole. Cupid's Runaway launching a bid. Nearest the inside is My Business in a green cap. They're joined on the front side by Bourbon Curiosity, who's trying to sweep past them. Scotty's on Edge looking for a gap. Scotty's on Edge trying to thread the needle in the final furlong. And Scotty's on Edge comes through. Cupid's Runaway's in a battle, a heated test. Bourbon Curiosity on the outside. Dropping back is My Business. Bourbon Curiosity for Joseph Bilmer. Bourbon Curiosity has won it by 3/4 length to Cupid's Runaway. In line.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Just a couple of minutes away from kicking off today's Horseshoe hat trick on the turf. You have to get the races 4, 6, and 8 all right. Some big fields, some challenging races, but if you do, you will certainly be rewarded. $1 minimum. It pays hundreds, sometimes thousands, but you can't win it if you're not in it. If you're looking for that late flyer 5, have no fear. It does begin with the 5th race back on the main track. So let's take a look at this field. No scratches or changes in a race like this. They usually do try to beat the favorite. There's a couple of questions that need to be answered. Some would call it red flags. I'll call it questions simply because I did fall in to the favorite in here for Brad Cox, who's looking to kick off Indiana Derby week with a win for Tarshay. For Hoffman Family Racing, they should be rewarded for their patience with this 4-year-old filly, only making start number 3. And they had to be patient prior to the debut. They had 24 workouts prior to debuting, working on this synthetic. Looked like a very good one going into those works. Sprinted initially on debut. It was a late-running sprinter, beaten favorite in a lukewarm 3-1, and then went long and absolutely dominated, going from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Now, the layoff is a concern. In fact, it's been 365 days since Tarshay's last race, exactly to the day. Got that maiden breaking score July 8th last season. Comes in eligible for a tag, in for $25,000 again. As ownership will tell you, it's not ideal to get your maiden breaking score and then have to wait a full year to come back against winners. But if anyone can do it, Brad Cox and Fernando de la Cruz, certainly capable. Jockey-trainer combination you play against at your own peril. 2-1 on the board. The 5 is Sunday Slipper, trying to get that Wednesday money with Brendan Walsh and Danny Sheehy, a 4-year-old filly by Caraconti. 1 win from 7 starts. The mare was certainly a good one. She was a 3-time winner on the turf at both Gulfstream Park and now the Dark Suffolk. So far, she's produced $200,000 earners, and this one is looking to make that a 3rd with some success today. $32,000 in the bank for Sunday Slipper from that lone victory, which did come on the synthetic. That's a little bit troublesome. Winless on the turf, 1 for 1 on the synthetic. She's picked up pieces and paid her way certainly on the turf with 3 second and third place finishes. She's shown speed in the past, but recently she's been off the pace, and that's somewhat troubling. My guess would be the instructions would be trying to get her into this race, get her into the bit a little bit sooner, see how far she can take them. She is on a big class drop as well. That will assist her in being prominently placed, but I think she's going to be a pace setter. If anything, if we don't see her near the lead, could be issues for Sunday Slipper. On the board right now at a very reasonable 5-1 with class relief in play. The 7 is Don't Look Back. John Heron teaming up with Amir Mendoza for Heron Thoroughbreds. This Kentucky-bred mare is 1 for 18, but her numbers do fit. She ran a huge race in which the top 3 all ran well when she was claimed for $12,500 on June 4th. Came back on 12 days rest, coming back rather quickly again. But she's been in good form, and she's been consistent. Now, she is 1 for 18, so how can you say she's consistent? Well, she's just run very good races. All of her numbers, there's no major drop-offs, even when she doesn't hit the board. She's done well both on the lead and just off the lead. I think she's going to be another horse who's going to look to sit in that second flight and try and make one run of it late. I was just impressed with how they ran on the turf at a non-winners of 2 with Evan Roman aboard for Cipriano Contreras off of a long layoff. Should continue to get better and better and better. 3rd start of the cycle of this layoff in here. I think Don't Look Back is an intriguing sort, despite what the numbers suggest, 1 for 18. This horse certainly looks better on paper than what you're seeing right now. 12-1 on the board. But Tarshay, the race really starts and begins there for handicapping purposes. Do you like the favorite for Brad Cox off of a year-long layoff, or don't you? If you do, maybe you're thinking that 2-1 or 8-5 with connections like these could be a gift. If you don't, I think there's plenty of gold in those hills. If you don't like the favorite, certainly spread out in those exactas, trifectas, or the Horseshoe hat trick as the rider's set for the leg up 5 minutes away from the 4th here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Indiana Derby Week.
The horses called post right now for the fourth race. The first today over the turf course rated firm. Turf rail set at 36 feet. Here a field of 9 for the turf mile. No scratches, no rider changes. One overweight reported. There's an overweight, the 8 Dreaming Collect. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight there. Makes it 112 corrected. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured on this, the 6th and 8th All Turf Pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Parading. Less than 3 minutes now. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Distaff Turf Mile starts. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Course firm around 36 feet. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the first of 3 times here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, crossing over to the turf course. Rated firm, turf rail at 36 feet, near the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sammy Bermudez with Oak Alley. First of the 9 to take her position within the starting gate. Danny Sheehy partners Sunday Slipper joined Oak Alley. Now Santos Sanjor, Wella coming up. Ronnie Prescott with Moonlaw. First run of the year for Tarshay with Fernando de la Cruz. Amir Mendoza, Don't Look Back. Alberto Burgos with She's Chloe. Mike Meeks, Dreaming Collect. Here over the mile. One more Summer Pauly with Denise Says No. Start to the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Course firm, another 36 feet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start. And here's Tarshay going to the front straight away for Fernando de la Cruz. An early bid by the Gray She's Chloe and Dreaming Collect going for an early attack on Tarshay as they make the way into the first turn. It's Tarshay as Micah Meeks has Dreaming Collect right up there with Tarshay as they turn. Sunday Slipper and the white cap is a close third. Then on the outside, Denise Says No as these leaders go to the back of this firm course. She's Chloe stays planted to the rail there at 36 feet. Following She's Chloe, Don't Look Back, who's just past midfield. On the outside, Moonlaw toward the rail, Oak Alley in the pink, and Wella trails. The quarter was 22.93 seconds. Joint leaders here in the turf mile. In the shadow of the half-mile pole, Tarshay making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's just in front of Dreaming Collect, who's keeping the early pace heat up on Tarshay. Sunday Slipper joined at both sides by Denise Says No, and She's Chloe stays rooted to the rail. Oak Alley is 6 lengths off these leaders. And then comes Don't Look Back. Moonlaw being asked to pick up by Rodney Prescott on the far outside, and Wello remains last. Half mile in 47.42. These fillies and mare come past the quarter pole. Tarshay for Fernando de la Cruz leads Dreaming Collect as they make the swing. She's Chloe's been handy. A wide sweep by Moonlaw. Around Denise Says No. Right there between horses, Sunday Slipper. Wella in the purple cap is coming with a rally. 1 furlong to go, and Tarshay still to track down. It's Tarshay in her first run of the year. She's near home from Moonlaw, Oak Alley. Wella toward the inside. Tarshay! And all the way winner by 3 from Moonlaw. And third's close. Third's a photo. Noses between Oak Alley with Wella. And She's Chloe was after that. .134.83 after the Distaff Turf Mile. 134.83. 3-6, and then a show photo. Third's on the bob, and that's in the judges' hands. Hold all tickets. 3, Tarshay. 4 to 5 first. 6, Moonlaw. 9 to 2 second, and stand by for the third and fourth after a photo. Fernando de la Cruz picking up his meet leading 33rd. Tarshay, the Satsas filly, first up here in 2026. Fernando de la Cruz for Brad Cox. Hoffman Family Racing. RT Racing Stables win. It's Tarshay at 4 to 5 home. The judges, after a photo, have posted 1 Oak Alley third and 2 Wella fourth, 3, 6, 1, 2. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, 3 Tarshay. Fernando de la Cruz with his leading 33rd of the season. Tarshay is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Satsas. Out of the Sing Spiel mare, Annabelle Ya. Brad Cox trains for Gregory Hoffman's Hoffman Family Racing LLC and Ramon Talahas, RT Racing Stables. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the Irish bred Satsas filly, Tarshay. Race 4 official. Three, 6 exact to pay $29.20. Tarshay capped off a 50-cent pick 3 featured on races 2, 3, and 4. 7 with the 6 with the 3. Tarshay returned $104.85. 3, 6, 1 trifecta $47.80. 6, 3 double $18 even. Wella was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 3, 6, 1, 2 netted $39.60. And the Distaff Turf Mile favorite first. All 9 ran 134.83 after the running of race 4. 19 minutes away, 5th of 11 here. Midweek on Indiana Derby Week. Again, Friday and Saturday cards from noon. Back tomorrow at 2:10. 5th race sprint. Sprint co-feature. Scratch 3 theoretically and the 8 Color Me Fast. Scratch the 3 and the 8. No rider changes. 2 Spirited Ann. 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Next, Starting up the 50-cent Late Fire 5. Low, 11.99% takeout. Featured on the Pick 5s here all season long, including on the big betting bonanza. Day of the meet, Saturday's Indiana Derby Day. Pick 5s with the low 11.99% takeout. Post 416. And they're off. Even start. And here's Tarche going to the front straight away for Fernando de la Cruz. An early bid by the Graying She's Chloe and Dreaming Collect going for an early attack on Tarche as they make the way into the first turn. It's Tarche as Micah Meeks has Dreaming Collect right up there with Tarche as they turn. Sunday Slipper and the Whitecap is a close third. Then on the outside, Denise Says No as these leaders go to the back of this firm course. She's Chloe stays planted to the rail there at 36 feet. Following She's Chloe, Don't Look Back, who's just past midfield. On the outside, Moonlaw toward the rail, Oak Alley in the pink, and Willow trails. The quarter was 22.93 seconds. Joint leaders here in the turf mile. In the shadow of the half-mile pole, Tarche making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's just in front of Dreaming Collect, who's keeping the early pace heat up on Tarche. Sunday Slipper joined at both sides by Denise Says No, and She's Chloe stays rooted to the rail. Oak Alley is 6 lengths off these leaders. And then comes Don't Look Back. Wilmot being asked to pick up by Rodney Prescott on the far outside, and Wello remains last. Half mile in 47.42. These fillies and mare come past the quarter pole. Tarche for Fernando de la Cruz leads Dreaming Collect as they make the swing. She's Chloe's been handy. A wide sweep by Moonlaw. Around Denise Says No. Right there between horses, Sunday Slipper. Wella in the purple cap is coming with a rally. 1 furlong to go, and Tarche still to track down. It's Tarche in her first run of the year. She's near home from Moonlaw, Oak Alley. Wella toward the inside. Tarche! And all the way winner by 3 from Moonlaw. And third's close. Third's a photo. Noses between Oak
8 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got an Indiana bred filly and mare, 3-year-old and up allowance, and they're going 5.5 on the dirt here. The 3 is out as well as the 8. I am going to go with the 2 here on top. It's the 6-5 favorite. I think the one to beat in here. Really, the only question mark with Spirited Ann is her being her first start in 2026, obviously. She's a 3-year-old filly by More Spirit, and she's trained by Larry Ravelli. Rodney Prescott is in the irons, high percentage jockey, 20% win clip, 47% in the money. Look at the speed figures on this horse. October 26th in that allowance, sprinting 85. Was still a second in the Miss Indiana at 1:70. I think that was closing day of the meet. 72 in that race. She really, really is talented. Rodney has had 4 of his last 8 mounts be in the money. So just second versus tougher in that last out of 2025. They found a spot for her, waited patiently, I think. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. She had the winner off, and they found a spot that she was competitive in, and that's this one. She's got early speed. Never been worse than third. It's just no shocker that the betting public's on her like that. Let's talk about some other options. At 6-1, we have the 6, Relentless Chick. Amir Mendoza. How many times have I told you guys he's hot? Now, I looked up the stats just for him and Gennaro together. Out of 12, 4 winners and a third in the recent starts. Now, this horse also dropping down from stakes, but has ran a couple times this year. Debuted in an allowance and won by a neck, and then got off to an awkward start, got bumped, kind of jostled around in the Swifties Hired, and ended up 4th. So, you can make an excuse for that one. I think in this allowance fits in really well. Another one with early speed, though, too. That 4th place finish was the only time that she did not get the lead at the start of the race. She tried for it. 4 of them sent that day. There's a lot of early speed in there, and she ended up kind of settling in second behind the leader there. Relentless Chick is who I'm going to put in for my exacta spot. And then the 9 is 5-2, Mictlin. Micah Mix is aboard for Miguel Silva. This is a 4-year-old filly. It's the recent speed figure for me with her. Yes, last time out, June 25th, she was on the slop, and it was a claiming for 10. So sometimes you don't take those speed figures as seriously on the slop as it does favor speed, move across that pack surface a little quicker. But I did like to see that a lot because it was sprinting. And before that, she was at Remington, her last out of 2025, and a claiming for 10, she won as well. Now she's up here again. She's in with State Breds, though, in an allowance. Historically, she hasn't competed too well in these kind of races, but I think that she's fast enough for at least third. And obviously, I have lots of confidence in my girl Micah. I like that she's in the irons today as well. 269 for me here in the 5th race. This does start the 50-cent pick 5 and races 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So be sure to get your plays in for your late fire 5 ticket here in this 5th race. Good luck.
The horses called posted now for the 5th race. This race will be run at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Here's scratch 3 theoretically, and the 8 Color Me Fast. 3 and number 8 both scratched here from the Distaff Sprint. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. It starts the 50-cent Late Fire 5. If you're just joining, welcome. Main track fast and the turf course firm. Turf rail at 36 feet on this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. The fillies and mares Getting set to sprint here in our fifth of the day to start the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast and firm, less than 1 minute 2 post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Simmer Bermudez with B flat out. Joe Ramos and Imperial Malo. The first two in. Ramir Mendoza with a relentless chick. First run of the year for Spirited Ann. Rodney Prescott for Larry Ravelli. Spirited Ann, she's been prepping on Chicago's south side. Jose Gutierrez partners Eyeshadow, she went in well. Sacra's Quest, Fernando de la Cruz on the Wednesday score sheet, so stand by at 5.5 furlongs. Sprint co-feature. One more, Micah Meeks with Miklan. Spirited Ann, 8-5 favorite at 5.5 furlongs. Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track fast. We've had one on the turf course rated firm, rail of 36 feet. And Miklan. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sakura's Quest, Eyeshadow. Here's Relentless Chick going for an early push. Miklan on the far outside. It's a mad dash. Only B flat out to settle back in last. Relentless Chick in a red cap is joined toward the inside by Spirited Ann. Making her 3-year-old seasonal bow with Rodney Prescott. Spirited Ann and Relentless Chick as they enter the far turn. Now a half length apart with Eyeshadow on the prowl. Following them from third to 3 furlongs out. Miklan on the far outside. Imperial Malo looking to gain between horses. Sakura's Quest and B flat out. Trails the Phillies Mare Sprint, 21.88 lead seconds at the quarter pole. And it's Spirited Ann. Spirited Ann spins them in from Relentless Chick, Eyeshadow. Miklan on the far outside. Imperial Merlot with Sakura's Quest and B flat out has trailed. Spirited Ann is staring at one more furlong. Relentless Chick try to get up here to Spirited Ann. It's Spirited Ann who's clutching on for Rodney Prescott. Relentless Chick in a battling effort for Amir Mendoza. Sakura's Quest is third. It's Relentless Chick and Spirited Ann. Photo finish. A photo of inches between Relentless Chick and Spirited Ann. Sakura's Quest third and Miklan finished fourth. .105.54 after the distaff dash. 105.54. Who will it be? Photo finish. This one's up to the judges. Six two 496. Relentless Chick. 5-2 first. 2 Spirited Ann at 5-2 was pipped right at the post. 4 Sakura's Quest at 5-1. Third and 9 Miklan. 3-2. Favorite at the off was fourth. Relentless Chick, Amir Mendoza, Gennaro Garcia, Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy. To the Murphy Trailers winner's circle, Relentless Chick will go. Race 5 official in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 6, Relentless Chick with Amir Mendoza. Relentless Chick is a 3-year-old. Dark Bay Brown filly by Shagaff out of Moon Mining by Orb. Racing for trainer Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Relentless Chick. Got up in time in the Phillies Mare Sprint. 10-cent Superfecta paid $20 and a couple of wheat pennies. 6-2 Exacta, a nose between them, $45.20. 50-cent Trifecta, 6-2-4, $44.50. 3-6 double, $30. $1 early pick 4, capped off by Relentless Chick. The pick 3, $21.25. 50-cent early pick 5, $3,724.20. Pick 4, $1,063. 105.54 after that distaff dash. Race 6 of 11 is 21 minutes away. It's back to the turf for a maiden juvenile fillies turf sprint over the 5 furlongs. Scratch main track only entered 11. Moonshining Mama. Scratch number 11. No changes among the 10 in the body. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here we feature the 10-cent Grand High 5, first Pentafecta of the day. Double pick 3 and starts to the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Post time will be at 4:47. Now, just as a reminder, Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, live racing resumes on Thursday here of Indiana Derby Week. Tomorrow's card, 10 races off from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Standard post time here tomorrow. Friday's card starts at noon. We'll have a special noon post time on the eve of Indiana Derby Day. And Saturday's big card, the 13-race betting bonanza. Indiana Derby Day Saturday off at 12 noon here in town. Here's the schedule. Following this Saturday's big Indiana Derby Day, no live racing on Sunday nor Monday of next week. We'll be racing on Tuesday the 14th, Wednesday the 15th, and looking forward a week from tomorrow on the 16th. And then that'll be an old quarter horse card here on Saturday, July the 18th. Racing tomorrow, Friday at noon, and Indiana Derby Day, July 11th, off at noon. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sakura's Quest, Eyeshadow. Here's Relentless Chick going for an early push. Meeklan on the far outside. It's a mad dash. Only B flat out to settle back in last. Relentless Chick in a red cap is joined toward the inside by Spirited Ann. Making her 3-year-old seasonal bow with Rodney Prescott, Spirited Ann, and Relentless Chick as they enter the far turn. Now a half length apart with Eyeshadow on the prowl, following them from third to 3 furlongs out. Meeklan on the far outside. Imperial Malo looking to gain between horses. Sakura's Quest and B flat out. Trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. 21.88 lead seconds at the quarter pole. And it's Spirited Ann. Spirited Ann spins them in from Relentless Chick, Eyeshadow. Meeklan on the far outside. Imperial Merlot with Sakura's Quest and B flat out has trailed. Spirited Ann is staring at one more furlong. Relentless Chick trying to get up here to Spirited Ann. It's Spirited Ann who's clutching on for Rodney Prescott. Relentless Chick in a battling effort for Amir Mendoza. Sakura's Quest is third. It's Relentless Chick and Spirited Ann. Photo finish. A photo of inches between Relentless Chick and Spirited. They're in the gate.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Good news for you. This chiseled physique will be making its way to Shelbyville, Indiana on Friday. And I'll be there Saturday for the big day. 13 race program, Indiana Derby, Indiana Oaks. I just want to warn you in advance that as strong and muscular as I look on video, in person, it's even more so. So don't be standoffish. Don't be afraid to come up and talk to me just because of my my girth, my massive size. That didn't come out the right way. That didn't come out the right way. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, be approachable. That's the way that I am. And who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? I'm this scrawny middle-aged guy with a little bit of a gut. I don't even drink beer anymore. But I know the one thing that I will get within 20 minutes of me being at Horseshoe on Friday. Some guy will come up to me and say, I thought you'd be taller in person. And I'll have to explain that I'm long-waisted and long-torsoed. But anyways, I'm excited about Friday and Saturday. I'm excited about race number 6. It's the Haymaker. Bunch of first-time starters. Only 2 horses with experience in this entire race. And I'm not afraid. I'm going with the first-time starter, the 6 Golden Sissy in race number 6, fillied by Golden Pal. Golden Pal might be, I think is, the fastest turf sprinter I've ever seen. I've never seen any horse ever come out of the gate quicker than what Golden Pal did in the turf sprint at Del Mar in 2021. Talk about breaking with alacrity. I mean, against the fastest turf sprinters in the world, right? What was he, a 5, like in the blink of an eye? Anyways, so you're by Golden Pal. You have a 48-1 bullet gate drill. Pretty nice, couple works back on the 3rd of June. And your second dam won the Grade 3 Pucker Up at the late great Arlington Park with a 94 buyer, and also broke her maiden. Her name was Lucky Copy. She was trained by Todd Pletcher. Broke her maiden 3rd start of her career in a maiden special at Belmont on turf. So not first out, but still 3rd out. So she was precocious. 12-1 morning line. Micah Meeks having a very good meeting at Horseshoe, winning at a 15% clip. We'll do the usual. I don't even know what the usual is. Is it $20 or $25? 20, $25. Let's go 25. Let's get celebratory on Golden Sissy, the 6 horse in race number 6 on Wednesday, and I will see you trackside on Friday.
The horses call post right now for the 6th race. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 10. Scratch number 11, Moonshining Mama, was entered by Gennaro Garcia as an MTO. Course firm, around 36 feet on this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. Scratch theming, track only, 11 Moonshining Mama. No changes in the body, 10 of them run. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta featured here. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Firm and fast, 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. Course here firm, turf rail set at 36 feet. Main track fast. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the turf course. Maiden 2-year-old fillies arriving at the gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Declan Cannon with Ignoring Alana. The Olympiad filly first to load. Micah Meeks with Golden Sissy has taken her spot. Angel Serpa. Twice started Yelena went in well. Now Downforce. Here's the newcomer, Downforce. Axel Concepcion here for Johnny Ortiz. Fernando de la Cruz with Queen Mama. Facing up to the gate. Queen Mama's gone all in. CR Zara. Be a hat trick of wins on the card for Joseph Bielmer. Alberto Burgos. Just Liberty. Just Liberty loaded. CR Zara drew 8. Manny Esquivel, Cabinet. Cabinet has taken her position in the starting gate. Santos Sanjor. Chamita is one of the 8 first-time starters here over the 5 furlongs. So stand by, one more. Marcelino Pathosa Jr., 4-time starter, daughter of Instagram, Angel Life. Course firm rail at 36 feet here. This Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. Saturday's big card from noon. All in line. The Robin sprinting. Angel Life was quick away. Yelena with early interest. And there's Downforce, who's quick to engage Yelena. Yelena quickly tackled by Downforce. And Golden Sissy showing positional pace to run in third. After breaking lightning quick, Angel Life is running in fourth, ignoring Alana in fifth. Passed out wide by Cabinet, who's making headway to 3 furlongs from home. It's a break of 3 more to Chamita with on the outside CR Zara. As they round the far turn that way, farther back to Queen Mama and Just Liberty trails. 21.55 for the lead part, under a quarter of a mile to go. These maiden 2-year-old fillies straight in for home, and it's Downforce who's opened up a margin on them with Axel Concepcion. Downforce is 5 lengths clear with 1 furlong to go from Angel Life, who's battling Yelena for the second spot. Then on the outside, a late bid by Cabinet, but they're close to home. The daughter of Roadster, it's Downforce. Downforce does it by 4 from Angel Life. Yelena was third, ignoring Alana fourth, and then Chamita and Cabinet. $56.63 after the maiden 2-year-old fillies turf sprint. 7-10-2, stand by for the 4th. That's a photo. 7. Downforce. 9-5 first. 10. Angel Life. 13-1 on the runner-up. 2 Yelena. 5 to 1/3. That was a good effort. Stand by for the fourth photo between Ignoring Alana with Chamita close. 56-63. Axel Concepcion. Downforce by Roadster. Was one of the 8 newcomers here. Takes it out for Johnny Ortiz. Dream Big Racing. It's Downforce. The bell of the ball. The judges have posted number 1, Ignoring Alana 4th, and 5, Chamita was 5th. 7-10, 2-1-5 in frame. The result of race 6, official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, this newcomer. She drew 7 in the maiden 2-year-old fillies turf sprint today. Here's Downforce with Axel Concepcion. Downforce 2-year-old Grey Roan filly by Roadster. The Warfront Mare Mighty Super Johnny Ortiz trains for John Wades. Dream Big Racing LLC. The winner was bred in Kentucky by owner Dream Big Racing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Downforce. Takes out the maiden 2-year-old fillies turf sprint, 56.63. 710 exacta, 103.20, 50-cent trifecta, $126.25, 6-7 double paid $35 even. It was Chamita 5th, 10-cent pentafecta, 710 215, $823.84, pick 3, $19.35. Ignoring Alana was 4th, making her bow. The 10-cent superfecta of 71021 returned $159.14. Again, Chamita was 5th. 10 started, 56.63. 7th race ahead, maiden sprint, scratch 1, shake 'em up. 9, Officer Gamble, scratch the 15, Mountain Mike. 13, Keep the Twos, draws in the jockey Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada on 13, Keep the Twos. Note 14, Little Chance also draws in. Scratch the 1, number 9, and the number 15. Race 7 will feature exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There's the 10-cent pentafecta. the start of another rolling double and 50-cent pick three. If you're joining us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, welcome. Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. And just a note, if you're holding the track program for our on-track guests, with regard to this upcoming 7th race in the maiden sprint, please disregard the July 2nd running lines for the horses in this 7th race with regard to July 2. These horses did not race that day. July 2nd was a cancellation. If you're holding an on-track program, just bear that in mind. We did not run here on July 2nd. Disregard the July 2nd running lines for those appropriate horses in this maiden sprint. Post time 5:18. The Robin sprinting. Angel Life was quick away. Yelena with early interest, and there's Downforce, who's quick to engage Yelena. Yelena quickly tackled by Downforce, and Golden Sissy showing positional pace to run in third. After breaking lightning quick, Angel Life is running in fourth, ignoring Alana in fifth, passed out wide by Cabin 8, who's making headway to 3 furlongs from home. It's a break of 3 more to Chamita, with on the outside CR Zara as they round the far turn that way. Farther back to Queen Mama and Just Liberty Trails. 21.55 for the lead part, under a quarter of a mile to go. These maiden 2-year-old fillies straight in for home, and it's Downforce who's opened up a margin on them with Axel Concepcion. Downforce is 5 lengths clear with 1 furlong to go from Angel Life, who's battling Yelena for the second spot. Then on the outside, a late bid by Cabin 8, but they're close to home. The Dora Roadster, it's Downforce. Downforce does it by 4 from Angel Life. Yelena was third, ignoring Alana fourth, and then Chamita. The
In Race 7 at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, we've got an exciting lineup of horses competing over 5.5 furlongs on a fast dirt track. This race is a maiden claiming event, which often features horses looking to break through with their first win. Number 2, El Payasito, stands out with the highest early pace rating of 99 and a spotlight rating of 76. His ability to break quickly from the gate makes him a strong contender. He gets the red-hot jockey Amir Mendoza, who has already notched a win on today's card. Number 6, Pray for Victory, also shows impressive early speed, with an early pace rating of 84. He'll be looking to capitalize on this to gain an early advantage. Number 14, Lil Chance, has a solid spotlight rating of 72, making him another horse to watch in this race. He draws in with the leading rider aboard for local trainer Michelle Elliott. He should have a good chance from the outside. Good luck in the 7th race at Horseshoe Indy.
The horses called post right now for the 7th race. 12 run here in the maiden. Over the 5.5 furlongs, scratch 1, shake 'em up. 9 Officer Gamble and scratch the 15 Mountain Mike. 13 keep the 2s, the jockey Irving Moncada rides the newcomer. Irving Moncada on 13, keep the 2s. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, maiden sprint, features the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager, starts a rolling double in pick 3. Fast Track, due off soon. And once again, just a note for those of you here on track and holding a track program, please disregard the July 2nd running lines for the horses in this maiden. Those horses did not race on that day. July 2nd was a cancellation here. So if you're on track, holding a program, just bear in mind we had no racing here on July 2. Close to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. At the 5.5 furlong start, loining for the maiden, Jose Gutierrez's favorite star, El Payasito. Ramir Mendoza won our 5th of the day for Gennaro Garcia. Alexander Crispin leading up, I'm a Keeper. Bayou Lover, Joseph Bimmer with a couple of wins on the card. Marcelino Panthrosa Jr. partners Crazy Legs Mike. Andres Aloma with Senor Justice, taking his position in the starting gate here. Roddy Prescott with It's My Song going in. Joseph Romero, Pray for Victory. Joe Ramos with Dottie's Blue Money went in well. Drawing in, Irving Moncada rides Keep the Twos. Two back, Alberto Burgos with Turbo Man. At 5.5 furlongs, so stand by. One more. 21-1 odds on Lil Chance. Fernando de la Cruz on the Wednesday score sheet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. All in line. The Robin sprinting. Bayou Lover was slow to go. Pray for Victory away fast in company with Turbo Man with Early Blast. Little Chances right there whipping up the pace. And El Payasito holds his position toward the inside in an early scramble going past the half-mile pole. Crazy Legs Mike and the purple is now running in 5th. Keep the Twos a wide 6th. With in between horses, It's My Song in 7th at the 3.5. Favorite Star is 8th with on the outside Senor Justice trying to gain now from 9th as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Dottie's Blue Money in the back half of the field with the slow starter, Bayou Lover, who's running in 11th. And I'm a Keeper now trails the maiden dozen as they come past the quarter pole. And it's Turbo Man and El Payasito into the stretch. El Payasito from Ramir Mendoza has an advantage now on Turbo Man with 1 furlong to go. Has a 3-length buffer zone. Pray for Victory boxing on toward the inside. And then comes Crazy Legs Mike with on the outside, It's My Song. They're near home. El Payasito. El Payasito gets it done by 3 from Pray for Victory. It's My Song was 3rd, then Dottie's Blue Money from Turbo Man and Crazy Legs Mike. .106.48 after the maiden sprint. 1 minute 6.48. 2-6, 5-12-7 from the judges. 2 El Payasito. 4-5 first. Takes out the maiden from 6. Pray for Victory at 7-2 on the runner-up. The green 5. It's My Song 11-1 third, then 7-1 on 12. Dottie's Blue Money from 18-1. Crazy Legs Mike. And Turbo Man was 5th, Crazy Legs Mike 6th, and then Favorite Star back in 7th. And these were clear. Senor Justice with Little Chance. I'm a Keeper, and Bayou Lover started slow. So 2-6, 5-12-7 in the frame. There's El Payasito, couple on the card for Leading Apprentice. Amir Mendoza. Gennaro Garcia tops the trainers' ranks. 4-5 on El Payasito, getting off the mark in his 4th run. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle is the 2 El Payasito. Riding double for Ramir Mendoza. El Payasito is a 3-year-old Justin Gelling by Sleepy Eyes Todd. And a Bird's Bell by Sky Mesa. A couple of wins on the card for Gennaro Garcia. In the colors of Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of El Payasito out to the maiden ranks. 2-6 exact at $10.80. 50-cent trifecta, 2-6-5 and even $12. Turbo Man was 5th. 10-cent pentafecta, 2-6-5, 12-7, $59.09. Pick 3, $18.70. Dottie's Blue Money was 4th. Turbo Man 5th. 10-cent superfecta, 2-6-5, 12 the superfecta. Netted $12.81. The 1, 9, and 15 were the non-starters in the maiden. Favorite, first. 12 ran, 106.48 after the running of race 7. 8 through 11 to come here on this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. Again, post time tomorrow will be at 2:10. Friday on the eve of Indiana Derby 2026. Friday's card starts at noon. Likewise, the big Saturday Indiana Derby Day card, over $1 million in purses, featured on Saturday's Indiana Derby Day off at noon. So the Turf Mile is 21 minutes away. In the next, scratch 1, Best Known Secret. The 7, Serving Them. Take out the 10, Just Like Max. Scratch 11, Gary Owen. And the 12, Long Strider. Scratch the 1, 7, 10, 11, and number 12 all have been withdrawn. No rider changes in the Turf Mile. A couple of overweights. The 5, Underappreciated, 1 pound over. And the 8, Daguila Negra, a pound over, makes it there, 112. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Turf Mile features the 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the pentafecta wager. Double, pick 3. Post time, $5.50. Also noting the Turf Mile ahead does feature the $5 last call thoroughbred double on races 8 and 9. If you're wagering on the $5 last call thoroughbred double, 9th race fast track, 9th race there, scratch the 7, 1945. $5 last call thoroughbred double, firm and fast. Here comes the maiden sprint race replay. All in line. The Robin sprinting. Bayou Lover was slow to go. Pray for Victory away fast in company with Turbo Man with Early Blast. Little Chances right there whipping up the pace. And El Payasito holds his position toward the inside in an early scramble going past the half-mile pole. Crazy Legs Mike and the purple is now running in 5th. Keep the Twos a wide 6th. With the between horses, It's My Song in 7th at the 3.5. Favorite Star is 8th with on the outside Senor Justice trying to gain now from 9th as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Dottie's Blue Money in the back half of the field with the slow starter, Bayou Lover, who's running in 11th. And I'm a Keeper now trails the maiden dozen as they come past the quarter pole. And it's Turbo Man and El Payasito into the stretch. El Payasito for Amir Mendoza has an advantage now on Turbo Man with 1 furlong to go. Has a 3-length buffer zone. Pray for Victory boxing on toward the inside. And then comes Crazy Legs Mike with on the outside, It's My Song. They're near home. El Payasito. El Payasito gets it done by 3 from Pray for Victory. It's My Song was 3rd, then Dottie's Blue Money from Turbo Man and Crazy Legs Mike. All in line.
10 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It is a gorgeous day out here, guys. Let's talk about this 8th race. It's a claiming for 25. You see there's some scratches in here, 1, 7, and then 10 through 12. I did like the 11. I had to send my picks super early today, which is before the changes came out. Usually I try to wait until we get at least the first changes to send them. So I had to kind of change things up. But I really like the 5 here, underappreciated. It's 9-2 right now, and Alex Achard is aboard. I can't say enough about Alex Achard. He just has been on a tear. I made a joke on a podcast, but I now I don't think it's really even a joke at this point. But I think the universe felt really bad about what they did to Alex Achard in the Kentucky Derby. And it has been all uphill from here. I mean, he's winning races left and right. Just really, really, Alex, Amir, as you can see, Mendoza, are both just on a tear right now. This one was just in a maiden claiming for 30 on turf and a mile and a 16th. We're going a mile on the grass here today, but this is the first time for this guy with winners. He's going in a claiming for 25, so I like where they're starting him. They're starting him in kind of similar class bracket, even though it's a step up with winners as he broke the maiden. He broke the maiden here. It was first time in Indiana, and he came here and won by a length with Alex aboard. He's back up again. John Enos is 29% claiming ranks, and he does really well when he's coming off a win as well. So I'm definitely – I also – here's the thing. There's just a little bit of early speed in here. Like the 8 has a little bit of early speed. I think the 2 will be right there. We'll talk about that one in a little bit. And Barkabilly will be right there. But those aren't horses that are super, super quick right away. They're horses that, yes, they do go up to the lead or right behind the leader. But I think that he's going to be the clear one to get loose on the lead. And if he does, he's going to be tough here. The 3, Hyperbolize. 10 points for the vocab for the 3. Evan Roman is aboard, the favorite, current favorite at 2-1 right now on the tote board, Hyperbolize. Ethan West, obviously high percentage trainer. He's 17% in turf as well. Ethan's horses perform really well on the grass. He was only beaten a couple lengths last time for 4th, and he has really nice turf speed as well. I mean, on April 28th at Churchill on the grass, he put up an 81 and was 3rd. Last time he had a 73. The speed figures work, and like I said, has a little bit of early speed, but he can rate. Like if you look at that 3rd place finish, he was kind of off the pace coming there. He was off the pace in his 2nd place finish as well. Came from 5-3. He's sort of a tracker, so look for him to settle in. And then I'm gonna round it out with my 2, D-Day Sky. This one is Peter Urton, trainee coming in. And I always keep an eye when Peter sends some. He sent some on the Derby Day a few years ago. He's been shipping them more and more. 5-year-old gelding by Omaha Beach is dropping in class today. I have a claiming for 30 and going into a claiming for 25. Was 4th by a length and a half last time. This is kind of similar, you guys. This horse has been close. It's been on dirt mainly. His 1 turf try recently, that last one, he only lost by a length and a half with Jimmy aboard, Jimmy Graham. He gets Marcelino Pedroza today, and I think he's going to do really well. He's a 1 for 18er, but his speed figures are comparable here. He's done 83. He's done 80 before, so I think he should be in the mix. 5-3-2 for me here in the 8th race. We're just 7 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses call post route now for the 8th race. It's the 8th of 11 on the day. This is the final one on the turf course here on this Wednesday of Indiana Derby week. The course firm, around 36 feet here in the mile. A field of 7. Scratch 1, best known secret. The 7, Servanum. Take out the 10, Just Like Max. 11, Gary Owen. And the 12, Longstrider. Scratch the 1, 7, 10, 11, and 12 from the race card. No rider changes. A couple of overweights. 5 underappreciated at a pound to the weight. Likewise, 8, Aguila Negra. 1 pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here are the 10-cent grand high five. Another pentafecta featured on the Wednesday program. This starts the $5 last call. Thoroughbred double. Pick 3 races 8, 9, and 10. There's 11 in total. Firm and fast, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The 9th and the 2 quarter horse dashes on the fast main track. Course firm rail of 36 feet. Arriving. It is now post time. They're going in for the turf mile. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with D-Day Sky now facing up to the starting gate. Alex Ashar, underappreciated, first in. D-Day Sky joins underappreciated. Alexander Crispin, partners Papiamento, Evan Roman with Hyperbolize. Here over the mile, Alexander Bendezu with Barkabilly. Barkabilly coming into the frame. 2 back at the mile start. Micah Meeks with Aguila Negra. Right now, Hyperbolize, the 8-5 favorite, and one more. Fernando de la Cruz with Penitent. They're in the gate. They're off. Underappreciated. Breaks well in the middle. D-Day Sky toward the inside with Barkabilly and Hyperbolize. Settles here in the early stages. And Aguila Negra going for an early attack for Micah Meeks, and Aguila Negra leads past the awning into the first turn, establishing a 2-length advantage with 6 furlongs to go on Underappreciated and a white cap, joined on the outside by Papiamento running in third as Barkabilly comes up the rail with an early move as these leaders go to the back of the course. D-Day Sky saving ground there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. To break 3 more to Hyperbolize, now in the back half of the field, making this backstretch run, and Penitent trails. Quarter 22.81 seconds. Aguila Negra went to the front for Micah Meeks and leads here past the half mile from Underappreciated by 4. Barkabilly is a ground-saving third. D-Day Sky looking to improve position inside of Papiamento. Then comes Hyperbolize, and Penitent remains last here in the turf mile, half mile in 45.97. They traverse the far side of the Caesars course. And with Micah Meeks, Aguila Negra continues the target and has a 5-length lead coming past the quarter pole. Underappreciated, being asked to pick up the front runner by Alex Ashar. Hyperbolize, sweeping on the far outside toward the inside. Barkabilly with D-Day Sky. Papiamento and Penitent never picked up. It's with 1 furlong to go, Aguila Negra, who has 3 lengths to hold and a 16 to do so. Underappreciated is bridging the gap for Alex Ashar. Underappreciated takes Aguila Negra. Underappreciated over Aguila Negra, Hyperbolize third, and D-Day Sky finished 4th. Papiamento was next from Barkabilly, and Penitent trail throughout. .134.29 after the turf mile. Unofficial 5.8326. 5 underappreciated. 5-2. The co-second choice was first. Number 8, Aguila Negra. Led them a long way with Micah Meeks. 7-1, Aguila Negra tracked down by Underappreciated, and there he is. The blue 3, Hyperbolize at 9-5, favorite ran third in the mile. 134.29. 2 D-Day Sky was fourth, and 6 Papiamento for the Pentafecta featured. It's 5.8326. Alex Ashar getting on the Wednesday score sheet here on Indiana Derby Week. John Innes and Dreamfields Farm. It's a Steve Coffin win. Underappreciated. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Underappreciated. Course wins back-to-back with Alex Ashar. Underappreciated is a 3-year-old big gelding by 1,000 words. Out of the Wilburn mare, Susanna. John Innes trains for Triple Crown winner Steve Coffin's Dreamfields Incorporated. And Al and Pat Florini's Little Flower LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis again congratulates the winning connections of Underappreciated. Advances to the next round here on the turf course. $5.8 exacta pay $51.60. 50-cent trifecta $5.83, $36.25. But Papiamento was fifth. Gets into the picture for the 10-cent pentafecta. 2-5 double pay $27.40. 10-cent superfecta pays out on 5.832, $14.81. Pick 3, $15.90, and there's the Penta, $31.24 with Papiamento fifth. So 7 face the starter, 134.29, 3 to go, 9th race, scratch 7, 1945. There'll be no victory for 1945 here today. Exacta trifecta superfecta, another 10-cent pentafecta featured on the program. Double final pick 3 of the day. Fast track post time, 6:21. In the gate. They're off. Underappreciated. Breaks well in the middle. D-Day Sky toward the inside with Barkabilly and Hyperbolize. Settles here in the early stages. And a Gila Negra going for an early attack for Micah Meeks. And a Gila Negra leads past the awning into the first turn, establishing a 2-length advantage with 6 furlongs to go on Underappreciated and a white cap, joined on the outside by Papiamento running in third as Barkabilly comes up the rail with an early move As these leaders go to the back of the course, D-Day Sky saving ground there for Marcelino Pavdoza Jr. To break 3 more to Hyperbolize, now in the back half of the field, making this backstretch run, and Penitent trails. Quarter 22.81 seconds. Aguila Negra went to the front for Micah Meeks and leads here past the half mile from Underappreciated by 4. Barkabilly is a ground-saving third. D-Day Sky looking to improve position inside of Papiamento. Then comes Hyperbolize, and Penitent remains last here in the turf mile, half mile in 45.97. They traverse the far side of the Caesars course. And with Micah Meeks, Aguila Negra continues the target and has a 5-length lead coming past the quarter pole. Underappreciated, being asked to pick up the front runner by Alex Ashar. Hyperbolize, sweeping on the far outside toward the inside. Barkabilly with D-Day Sky. Papiamento and Penitent never picked up. It's with 1 furlong to go, Aguila Negra, who has 3 lengths to hold in a 16 to do so. Underappreciated is bridging the gap for Alex Ashar. Underappreciated takes Aguila Negra. Underappreciated over Aguila Negra. Hyperbolize third in the game.
I had to come upstairs, you guys. It is hot out there. 9 minutes to race 9 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a thoroughbred, 3-year-old and up Indiana bred allowance. And we have a couple of nice quarter horse races that my girl Martha is going to go over for us today. So let's talk about this race. I really wanted to go with Tiana's Forever Greedy, but I ended up putting Willie's in charge in here because Forever Greedy makes me nervous sometimes. I know that this one is untested, but I just loved that last race. Obviously the maiden breaking one, but this horse debuted in maiden special weight here on May 11th and ended up 3rd. It really was not a bad debut, honestly. Kind of stalked the pace and then showed that she really wanted to try and pass a couple horses at the end. That's all you can ask in a full 12 horse field with babies. Plus Thousands of Hope, the winner who's in here, came back to win. And then Willie's in charge, the 3rd place finisher in that day, came back to win. And Basil, the 2nd place finisher from that race, just won, I think, last week. So that was a tough race. Then won in that 7-horse field on June 23rd after putting a couple of nice bullet works in before the debut. And then they just gave him that time off and started on June 23rd and won. So I'm kind of excited to see what he's going to do. But this is first time with winners, and it's first time at a route. But he looks, wow, chef's kiss. I mean, look at that horse. He's gorgeous. And then I'm going to go to the 2, and that's Forever Greedy. We all know I'm rooting for my girl Tiana most of the time. Forever Greedy just came off of a win by four lengths at 1.70 miles. He's going the same distance today. He's in an allowance, but obviously he's moved up in a class. And that makes me a little nervous. However, he's got the highest speed figure at the distance, 79. He put up an 81 a few back at 1 mile on May 18th and went 2nd. And then he won by 4 last time and put up a 76 Brisnet speed figure. Ramos and Tiana are hot together. 3 of 8 for Tiana in her last start. So she's also doing really well. Gonna cool off the sweet boy over there in the corner, away from everyone. She really loves on her horses a lot, and she really loves them. So takes wonderful care of her horses, and I hope Forever Greedy going up a condition is going to be able to do it today for sure. But he does love the distance. I mean, this is his distance, and she's the favorite at 5-2. Honorable Discharge. This one's my long shot, obviously. It's 7-1. I did like the 6, but I just thought that this horse was intriguing off of the race a couple ago. So April 21st, the maiden breaking win, the Biscuit was here and won by 3. And then Jaime rode him to that 5th place finish last time, but he got impeded, kind of came over on, and he had to take up. It wasn't just a bump. It wasn't just he came out sideways. He got kind of taken, and then he got bumped at the quarter pole. He just had a nightmare of a trip. Just draw a line through that. That was the worst. It was first time with winners. Now, the distance. You see, he has ran it before. Even though that wasn't a very great finish, I am a big proponent for horses doing something a second time. Just because they didn't do it at one time doesn't mean they won't do it better the second time. So he has ran it a distance of 1 mile before, and I'm hoping that he improves upon that and runs back to, if he doesn't get in trouble, the nice race is a couple back. So he just seems intriguing to me, and he looks really good too in the paddock. 3-2-5 for me here in the 9th race. We do have 2 quarters coming up. Jockeys are getting the leg up and heading towards the track. Good luck.
The horses call posted now for the 9th race. At 1 mile and 70 yards, here a field of 8. Scratch the 7, 1945. Scratch the 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta. Double final pick 3 of the day. Couple of quarter horse dashes. Fast track, 3 minutes here. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Micah Meeks with Coach Knight coming up first. Abel Cedillo with Honorable Discharge. With Coach Knight, the first 2 of 8 in. Joe Ramos, Forever Greedy, is the last out winner here. Samuel Bermudez with Gin and Whiskey, taking his position within the starting gate. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Thousands of Hopes. This is the 9th of 11 here. Alberto Burgos with Willie's in charge. Last out maiden winner. It's 8-5 on Forever Greedy. 2 of them back. Fernando de la Cruz, Rosso Fuco, like Willie's in charge, both for Randy Klopp. Here at 1 mile and 70 yards. 8-5 it stands on Forever Greedy. Now into 4-5 on Forever Greedy. Last second money's in. 4-5 Forever Greedy. 38-1 Rosso Fuco. And one more. Manny Escobar with Magnus Gold. 1 mile and 70 yards. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rosso Fuco with toward the inside. Willie's in charge to the early lead for Alberto Burgos and gets it. Willie's in charge, takes charge of the pace. Into the first turn from fast starting Rosso Fuco, who floats Magnus Gold wide, and they have 7 furlongs to run. And then toward the inside is Coach Knight, who's right up there with these leaders as the Indiana Breds go to the back of the track. On the outside, Honorable Discharge making a bid now from 5th. It's a break in the action to Thousands of Hopes running in 6th from between horses Gin and Whiskey, and nearest the inside, Forever Greedy. Dropping back to last now is Gin and Whiskey. The quarter was 23.82 out in front. Willie's in charge. Willie's in charge, doing the hard labor here, and in front of Magnus Gold, who tracks closely, going past the half-mile pole. Honorable Discharge, and inside Honorable Discharge is Rosso Fuco. They're a joint third, more or less. Coach Knight saving ground in 5th and 4 lengths off this leader. Then comes Gin and Whiskey, who's back up a couple of spots. Thousands of Hopes second to last, and finally Forever Greedy. Half mile 47.72. Willie's in charge, driven around the far turn that way. Magnus Gold's been near for Manny Escobar, and on the outside is Honorable Discharge for Abel Cedillo, making 3-path progress. Coach Knight, Rosso Fuco, Forever Greedy with Gin and Whiskey, and Thousands of Hopes. Here come the Hoosiers. 3/4, 1 minute 12.15 seconds. 1 furlong to go. And Magnus Gold is up to take a short lead from Willie's in charge, who's trying to battle on past the 16th. Forever Greedy is showing up late. It's Magnus Gold. Magnus Gold to win it by 2. Forever Greedy just couldn't make up the stagger. Willie's in charge was 3rd, and then Coach Knight and Honorable Discharge. 142.07 unofficial. 9-2-3-1-5-9. Magnus Gold at 8-1 first. 2 Forever Greedy. 2-5 stayed on to be the runner-up. The Blue 3. Willie's in charge at 5-1 was third. 1 Coach Knight 28-1 fourth, and Honorable Discharge 19-1 gets into the frame for the Pentafecta. Gin and Whiskey was sixth after the 1 mile and 70 yards. 142.07. We trail back to Rosso Fuco at 60-1. Manny Esquivel on the Wednesday score sheet. Here for Cipriano Contreras, Gumster Stable, the son of Catholic Boy. Magnus Gold, an 8-1 Holy Roller. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 9, Magnus Gold. There's Manny Esquivel. Magnus Gold is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Catholic Boy. At a Bell's Home by Game Home. Cipriano Contreras trains for Andrew Bergs, Gumster Stable LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Magnus Gold. Salto official, 9 to exacta 71.40. The 50-cent trifecta, 9-2-3, $61.10. 5-9, $5 last call double, $194.50. The $1 late pick 4, $581.40, presented by Itoba. Coach Knight was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $81.64. 50-cent pick 3, paid $67.95. Honorable Discharge ran fifth. The 10-cent Pentafecta paid $227.22 for the 10-cent Grand High 5. 50-cent Late Fire 5 on 5 out of 5. $1,313.05. 7 was a non-runner. 9th race, favorite, second. 8 ran, 142.07. Couple more to go. Both quarter horse maiden dashes. Fast track, no wind. The 10th of 11, scratch the 11. Dynasty Apolitical, the AE did not draw in. Scratch the number 11. 2 Last Famous Eagle, program correction, no flipping halter. Last time out here, no flipping halter. And the maiden for 2, Last Famous Eagle, opens at 11-1. The 5 Undeniable, 4 over. 8 Shining Path plus 5 pounds. 9 Wagon Paint, 4 extra strokes. Makes the weight there now 130. Scratch 11. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta. Start of a quarter horse maiden double. Post time 6:47 tonight. And they're off. Rosso Fuco with toward the inside. Willie's in charge to the early lead for Alberto Burgos and gets it. Willie's in charge. Takes charge of the pace. Into the first turn from fast starting Rosso Fuco, who floats Magnus Gold wide, and they have 7 furlongs to run. And then toward the inside is Coach Knight, who's right up there with these leaders as the Indiana Breds go to the back of the track. On the outside, Honorable Discharge making a bid now from 5th. It's a break in the action to Thousands of Hopes running in 6th from between horses Gin and Whiskey, and nearest the inside, Forever Greedy. Dropping back to last now is Gin and Whiskey. The quarter was 23.82 out in front. Willie's in charge. Willie's in charge, doing the hard labor here, and in front of Magnus Gold, who tracks closely, going past the half-mile pole. Honorable Discharge, and inside Honorable Discharge is Rosso Fuco. They're a joint third, more or less. Coach Knight saving ground in 5th and 4 lengths off this leader. Then comes Gin and Whiskey, who's back up a couple of spots. Thousands of Hopes, second to last, and finally Forever Greedy. Half mile, 47.72. Willie's in charge. Driven around the far turn that way. Magnus Gold's been near for Manny Esquivel, And on the outside is Honorable Discharge for Abel Cedillo, making three-path progress. Coach Knight Rosso Fuco, Forever Greedy with Gin and Whiskey and Thousands of Hopes. Here come the Hoosiers. 3/4, 1 minute 12.15 seconds. 1 furlong to go. And Magnus Gold is up to take a short lead from Willie's in Charge, who's trying to battle on past the 16th. Forever Greedy is showing up late. It's Magnus Gold. Magnus Gold to win it by 2. Forever Greedy just couldn't make up the stagger. Willie's in Charge was third, and then Kate. Please note in this upcoming 10th race with regard to number 9, Wagon Paint. Now, no overweight. No overweight for the 9, Wagon Paint. It's okay at 126 in the Quarter Horse Maiden. No overweight for the number 9.
Well, certainly hope that you are enjoying this Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's Indiana Derby week and preparations are well underway for the biggest race, thoroughbred day of the season, and that'll come Saturday. I hope everybody's ready to make a great day of it. The staff works so hard on it. I think you're going to enjoy all the events coming up on Saturday. All right, well, we're going to close out today's card with 2 quarter horse maiden races, purse of $17,000, and these are for 3-year-olds and up. In the first race that I'm about to talk about, we do scratch the 11, still have a full field of quarter horses competing at 330 yards. All right, well, let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 8, and that's Shiny Path. Makes her Horseshoe Indianapolis debut today following 2 starts at Remington Park. So obviously that's a tough racetrack. They kind of start out the year in March, and you see some really good horses. I also like the breeding. This filly was bred in California by Steve Burns, DVM. He has been honored as AQHA champion breeder on several occasions. And the stallion, I'm very familiar with the stallion because the stallion MP Shiny won the LQHBA Louisiana $1 Million Futurity. That's a race that takes place every November, December, usually December at Evangeline Downs. So to win $1 Million Futurity and then stand stud, pretty impressive. Trainer is Mallory Norton. This is just going to be her 3rd start of the meet, and she's going to utilize the flipping halter. That's those initials FH, try and keep this filly steady in the gate. So I like her chances today as she kind of ventures into our home track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. All right, next up for me is going to be number 1, Maleficent. I hope I pronounced it right. Just made 2 starts for Cesar Escueda. Now that's a jockey who is now training in his 2nd year. We've had quite a history with these young men that have ridden well, and a woman too. Natasha Perez was a quarter horse rider, and now she's a successful trainer. Obviously, they know different things about the horses than perhaps somebody who's never ridden before, just a little different path to it. But anyway, Caesar, good for him. And this is a filly by Uncle D. We're going to see quite a few of Uncle D's today, so I said I better give a little insight. Uncle D was the winner of the Grade 1 Rainbow Futurity at Ruidoso Downs, and is now has his 3rd crop. So beginning in the 1st and 2nd, he was getting some attention, but now he's kind of 2nd in the standings, national standing, as a 3rd crop for his 3rd crop. That's pretty impressive. Jockey Alberto Cerrone will have the call for Cesar Escueda aboard Maleficent. All right, how about number 7, Neo de Oro? I think could have a breakthrough today for conditioner Tony Cunningham, who you know just won his 1,000th training win. We were all excited for him. That happened about 9 or 10 days ago. And I think all this gelding needs is a cleaner trip. It just pretty much eluded him in his 3 starts, but every time a horse goes to the racetrack, especially with somebody like Tony who's watching and saying, what can we do differently, you may have a better outcome. Danny Martinez, who's tied for 2nd in the standings, has the jockey assignment. And we'll round out my top 4 with number 5, and that's Undeniable. This is a filly by Uncle D. Like I said, quite a few Uncle D's today. Has made 6 starts for Jessie Vasquez. She posted her top speed index in her last race, which was on May 21st. She was racing at 350 yards, just couldn't get that last jump, but now shortening to 330 could make a difference if she gets out of the gate well under Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. So 8-1-7-5 in our 10th race, and I will be back in the paddock to talk about the contenders for our 11th and final race of this Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck to everybody.
Stepping onto the track for the 10th of 11 here on the day. Maiden dash here over the 330 yards. Scratch from the quarter horse maiden, the also eligible 11, Dynasty Apolitical. Scratch the number 11. Note 2, Last Famous Eagle, no flipping halter here last time out. No flipping halter for this colt, the 2, Last Famous Eagle. And a couple of overweights. 5 Undeniable +4. 8 Shining Path is 5 over. Again, there's no overweight on the 9 Wagon Paint now. Race 11, another maiden. Finale over the 330. No scratches, no rider changes in race 11. Overweights, 2 Rhino 6 +2 pounds. 4 Madame Mim is 2 over. 6 SC Soto +3 pounds. And number 7 Buona Sweet Treat to add 2 pounds to the weight. That's in race 11. Here Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the quarter horse Pentafecta. It's the final double of the day. Fast track, no wind. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Maleficent Dash. Jess, a Famous Queen. To join Maleficent Dash. Last Famous Eagle. KLT first flying. Neo Dioro went in well. Shining Path. One Sweet Cigar. Taking her spot within the starting gate. Wagon Paint. Undeniable. Wagon Paint's in. Undeniable to join up. One more, Sigil Banuelos with If You Ain't the Cartel. The maiden dash, 330 yards. Fast track, no wind. If You Ain't the Cartel. All in mind. And they're off. Last Famous Eagle caught a flyer along with Maleficent Dash past the 220. Here's Shining Path now from out of the pack. And Shining Path with 110 yards to go. Undeniable right there too. It's Shining Path. Rolando Pena and Shining Path out to the maiden ranks from Maleficent Dash. Undeniable third. Then Last Famous Eagle and KLT first flying. Ain't Shining Path was first. Maleficent Dash with Undeniable. Last Famous Eagle, KLT first flying. Jessa Famous Queen. Wagon Paint with Neo Dioro, If You Ain't the Cartel, and One Sweet Cigar. Stand by for the full order from the judges. Rolando Pena here. A Mallory Norton win. For Rodney Smith, Calbred. She's out to the maiden ranks. Shining Path. The judges have posted number 1, Maleficent Dash second. Number 5, Undeniable third. The 2, Last Famous Eagle was fourth. And 3, KLT first flying fifth. 8-1, 5-2-3. .042 seconds for the 330. Fast track, no wind. 17.042. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 8, Shining Path with Rolando Pena. 3-year-old Bay Filly by MP Shining. At a quicker path by favorite Cartel, Mallory Norton with the win here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here for Rodney J. Smith. The winner was bred in California by Dr. Steve D. Burns. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Shining Path out to the maiden quarter horse ranks. $8-1 exacta paid $46.40. 50-cent trifecta, $815, $72.25. 9-8 double paid $209.80. 10-cent superfecta, $54.98. Last Famous Eagle was fourth. KLT first flying fifth. 10-cent quarter horse penta, $602.75. And the pick 3 paid $221.85. That pick 3 of 5 with the 9 with the 8 featured on races 8, 9, and 10. 17.042, fast no wind. One more. Scheduled in 15 minutes time. Race 11, quarter horse maiden over the 330. Shining Path clock 17.042. All 10 run. Overweights 2 Rhino 6 plus 2 pounds. 4 Madam Mim is 2 over. 6 SC Soto plus 3. And 7 Wanna Sweet Treat is 2 pounds over the weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. The post time is scheduled for 7:13 tonight. And they're off. Last Famous Eagle caught a flyer along with Maleficent Dash past the 220. Here's Shining Path now from out of the pack, and Shining Path with 110 yards to go. Undeniable right there too. It's Shining Path. Rolando Pina and Shining Path out to the maiden ranks for Maleficent Dash. Undeniable third. Then last. And they're off. Last Famous.
Well, we have one more quarter horse race to close out the Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Same conditions as our previous race. It's a $17,000 maiden for 3-year-olds and up, and they'll be traveling 330 yards. So no scratches in this race. Let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of my top choices. I'm going to begin with number 3, and that's Three-Eyed Candy, qualified for the $75,000 QHRAI Derby. Now, I've talked about it before. Our derbies this season have been very tough. Just to qualify for a race like that, and we had the Harley Green before, I think really speaks volumes for horses. The fact that the horse finished 4th in the race did not bother me because he's back and he's at a different level now under the tutelage of Claudio Barazza, who's 51% in the money. He's going to saddle this colt by Just Good Candy, who was the winner of the 2015 All-American Futurity. Oh, that's the richest race in quarter horse racing, a very equivalent to the Kentucky Derby for thoroughbreds. That's how good this horse is. And actually, Just Good Candy earned $1.5 million in his racing career. So any son of Just Good Candy is worth a long look. Claudio will give a leg up to rider Edgar Diaz. That's my top choice. All right, let's go next to number 8, and that's John D. Trainer Ricardo Martinez, who has been sensational for many, many years, but over the last couple of weeks have saddled some really, really talented runners. He's going to send out number 8, and that's John D. I think this horse is progressing well in his 3rd start of the season. Martin Munoz, who I refer to as one of the most underrated jockeys in our colony, has the return call. This is an Oklahoma-bred gelding by Uncle D. I talked about Uncle D in my last preview. This is a horse that is really producing some good runners in his 3rd crop. He started a couple of years ago. Wasn't really a standout, but now really gaining some momentum. All right, how about number 5, and that's Fave Streakin' Cartel, missed by a nose on May 11th. I mean, that's what you want to see in quarter horse racing. It's a really tough finish, and a horse that's coming on and misses by a nose is a horse that I will look at the next time, providing they get a little better break and a little stronger run through the stretch. Of course, conditioner Natasha Perez saddled a winner here yesterday. She's just incredible. She's a retired jockey now, training and just doing so well, acquiring some really good owners and just good. I mean, that's all you can say. A hands-on horsewoman. She's going to give a leg up to jockey Diego Bocanegra. And let me tell you, those two are rarely off the board. So give this gelding a long look. And I'll round out my top 4 with number 4, and that's Madam Mim, who returns for the 4th start of her 3-year-old campaign for trainer Tony Cunningham. This is a filly by Mental Error. She ran a solid 3rd here on July 13th, despite being bumped in the early going. Again, I want to see that too, because a bump isn't a good thing. In quarter horse racing, you want to see a horse get that clean break out of the gate and a clear path to the wire. When they have any kind of interference or issue and they're still finishing in the money, that is impressive to me. All right, so Danny Martinez is going to ride this Texas bred filly. My top 4, 3, 8, 5, 4, and looking forward to coming back tomorrow and Friday, where we have another combination of thoroughbreds and quarter horses. Then Saturday, it's all about the Indiana Derby. It's going to be an incredible card. Plenty of festivities. Begins at noon, so don't be late for that card. All right, everybody, have a great evening. Good luck to all in our finale.
For a final time today, Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses stepping onto the track for race 11. Capping off the card with this quarter horse maiden over the 3:30, all 10 run. Overweights, the 2 Rhino 6 plus 2 pounds. For Madame Mim, 2 over. Number 6 Essie Sotel, and 3 pounds to the listed program weight. Number 7 Wanna Sweet Treat, 2 over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, and due off soon. Arriving down at the start. Looking here at Corona Pollo. Adjusting the bridle there on Corona Pollo. Out to 54-1 to take out the maiden finale over the 330 yards. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Alberto Serran with Corona Pollo. Rhino 6 has arrived with S.E. Soltel going in. Right now, Three-Eyed Candy, 3-5 on the final favorite. Edgar Diaz for Claudio Barraza. Three-Eyed Candy is the blue 3. Want a Sweet Treat uses a flipping halter. John D. taking his spot within the gate. Bill Cool Kate, Three-Eyed Candy. Three-Eyed Candy joins. Danny Martinez with Madam Mim. 7 times started, Madam Mim. Here she is. 330 yards to close out the card. Fast track and barely a breath of a breeze. Diego Bocanegro with Fave Streak and Cartel drew 5. So stand by. Christian Penaloza with Easy Love and Beach. Thursday post time of Indiana Derby Week 210. Shining Path clock 17.042. All in. Off the Wednesday finale. And Three-Eyed Candy away alertly along with Rhino 6. Toward the inside, Corona Pollo tries to engage but hard pressed. Here's John D. coming with a charge inside the final 110 yards. Three-Eyed Candy and John D. on the outside. John D. and Three-Eyed Candy. Close call. Rhino 6 with Corona Pollo and Madam Mim. Photo finish as John D. joined Three-Eyed Candy on the wire. Photo finish, hold all ticket. Here's the verdict. 8-3-2-1-4-8. John D. did it. John D. First. 3, Three-Eyed Candy did not miss by much. 2, Rhino 6 was third. 1, Corona Pollo. 68-1 fourth, and the 4, Madam Mim was fifth. For the quarter horse Pentafecta. 8-3-2-1-4. John D. Graduation day. Martin Munoz for Ricardo Martinez. And Cesar Munoz gets off the mark in his 10th run. John D. at 9-2. 16.939 seconds after the maiden. 330 yards. Not a breath of a breeze. 16.939 clocked John D. It's official. Returning to the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner Circle, the 8, John D. with Martin Munoz. John D. is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Uncle D. Out of the Desario mare, PJ Chicken Black. Ricardo Martinez trains for Cesar A. Munoz. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates, a hearty congratulations to the connections of John D. Final results in. John D. capped off the pick 3, paid $257.05. 8-3 exacta $19.60, 50-cent trifecta, 8-3-2, $62.20, 8-8 double, $101.20. The 10-cent pentafecta, Madam M was 5th in the maiden, returned $1,723 and a wheat penny, no longer in circulation. The 10-cent superfecta, Corona Pollo was 4th, 8-3-2-1, $257.12, 10 ran, 16.939, fast no win. That concludes our live racing program here on the Wednesday of Indiana Derby Week. Live racing resumes on Thursday. Post time tomorrow will be at 2:10. Thanks to all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. John D. saying goodnight. .042. All in. Off the Wednesday finale. And Three-Eyed Candy away alertly along with Rhino 6. Toward the inside, Corona Pollo tries to engage but hard pressed. Here's John D. coming with a charge inside the final 110 yards. Three-Eyed Candy and John D on the outside. John D and Three-Eyed Candy. Close call. Right.